What's up, people? They were involved in a JFK case. I've been vindicated. Who is they? I don't think there's been anything substantial from the JFK thing, right? I mean, I didn't read all the files or anything, but I feel like not that much came from it. Some of the files were literally just the files that Biden had released in 2023. And welcome back, Joe Billy, by the way. I don't know if I welcomed you, but anyway, real quick, this is old news by now, because I've been streaming for the past 3 days because I'm lazy. But I saw this fucking Australians that covered it up. The Harry Sisson thing, dude. Like, what the man? This is what a man can have a little fun nowadays. What the hell, dude? And the fact that, from my understanding, it looks like Dean and Parker just kind of dropped him immediately over this. God, I don't understand. It must be hard for. It's a hard life for TikTokers. Okay, you have to censor yourself repeatedly. You can't say. You have to say unalive. You have to say grape. And then the moment your friend does something like a little, like teeny bit wrong or whatever. But always my microphone's been quiet. I don't know why. Looks like it's a little, whatever. I can make it louder through OBS, but it doesn't make it louder through Discord. What'd he do? He just basically, my understanding, I was gonna go over it more on stream, but I didn't stream for 3 days now. This is old, and I don't care that much. I was only gonna do it because it was like breaking. My understanding, he just sexted 11 different women, and basically your mic okay? Good. He told all of them like he was only sexting them. But God, being a fucking TikTok live streamer, okay, and having the moment your friend does anything slightly wrong, I cut him off for what? Forever? Like, Jesus. Harry Sisson convinced 11 different women that he had no roster and respected them for more than their bodies, while persuading them to send explicit photos of themselves through Snapchat, including one domestic abuse survivor. It's such a dumb thing to like throw in here, by the way. Like that, it's not relevant at all. But Jesus, when a woman discovered each other one by one, he called them all insane and attempted to coerce one of them into telling the public that the photos were fake. What's up, CRT? Requested a reader. Set political differences aside. I believe both sides of the aisle can agree. This is unacceptable behavior from a man shot. Like, Jesus, dude. They always gather up all the... Yeah, by the way, if Harry was a woman and girls were leaking the sext, like, none of this is, like, explicit, really. I mean, this is, like, I mean, you know, it's sexting, so, like, it's a little bit... You know, it's flirtatious or whatever. I'd fuck you raw after wine tasting, but that's just me. Like, but oh my God, if you was a woman, can you imagine how some of these people would react to this shit, dude? Like, this is really funny though. Honestly, I mean, he probably should. I don't know if he has I don't think he has apologized. I mean, you probably like say sorry. I don't think this is fucking like worthy of getting canceled. But despite the fact that he hasn't apologized, I think this image makes makes up for it because oh my god. Can't believe it's fucking real. So it is one involved who made their stances public, but the videos are not receiving much traction, while Harry Sisson continues to collect millions of views for videos that he claiming he is a supporter of a woman and a champion for women's rights.
I've never been the woman that...
By the way, I asked the one woman I know, okay, is fuckboy behavior anti-feminist? And she said no, so...
has called out behavior like this. I've never been one of these people. And if you have been, fucking props to you.
Congrats to the girls that got played. Did Harry lose? He played them. This is not career-ending stuff. Well, I know, yeah.
How genuinely terrifying it is to do something like this.
I got played by a TikTok influencer for 9 months, and I think it's time that I expose his trashy ass behavior. We started talking in May of last year, right before my birthday, and he like wooed me. He was very kind.
You like him to call it revenge porn? I don't know if they would go that far, but like absolute, like 100%. If women were leaking pics of, you know, if a guy was leaking pics of women in the shower, I mean, I guess. He doesn't have fucking boobs, so it's different. I guess I understand. But like 100%, they'd be saying like Jesus.
Your wish is my command. I had been.
8 minutes. How do you even talk about this for 8 minutes?
But yeah, I thought that he was.
No offense, but Jesus. But lie to you, we were not exclusive. I made that abundantly clear. I didn't want that, and you said that was fine. I haven't done anything that wasn't allowed within the parameters we set. Wait, why are you screenshotting? But I mean, I don't know. I would have to. Definitely have a lot to offer, no doubt. I can't do exclusivity. Not because I'm getting news from a bunch of girls or fucking girls and stuff. I don't go for anyone ever, but I just don't think I'd be able to. I mean, like, he was getting news from other women, but like, I don't know. This is him saying, "Oh, I can't be exclusive," but also like, if we're being ultra charitable, okay, technically, what it could be saying is, the reason I can't do exclusivity is not because I get news from other girls, which I am doing. But that's just not the reason I can't be exclusive. That might be if we're being ultra charitable. Although he does say I don't hook up with anyone ever. But I like sexy nothing kind of hooking up. So I don't know. Also, since we live in the States, exclusivity would be hard. Not bouncing a bunch of girls at once. Mind energy. Okay. It's not that it's competition. I'm getting news from a bunch of girls. Or who with a bunch of girls. Real. I'm not getting news from a bunch of girls. But like, this is the career-ending lie. He said he wasn't getting nudes from other girls when he was. I don't know. Like, maybe, like... Really, if we care this much about some fuckboy behavior now, man can't have a little fun. What has happened to this country? Speaking of countries, crude petroleum, electrical transformers, packaged medications, scrap iron, oil, medication, fucking replaces oil, but also is like has an advanced enough economy to make medication and electronic transformers. Are those like semiconductors? I don't think it's Denmark, but I know, because I don't know if Denmark has oil, but I know Denmark makes a lot of medication, so I'm just gonna guess Denmark. Holy shit. Okay. Is it either, is it, I mean, Germany's right under it. Italy, Taiwan. I don't even know if these are semiconductors. I don't think Taiwan's on here, by the way, because it's not, they don't count it in their country list. Even though they count other disputed countries, but whatever. Do they have Palestine? No. Do they have Israel? Yes. I guess it's going to be like Germany, Czechia, Austria, Italy, one of those. I don't know like where it's measuring this distance from, if it's like capital to capital or if it's so it's probably Hungary then, right? Are you kidding me? Austria. What the fuck? Am I going insane? Am I going... Is it... Oh, it probably is Italy, huh? It's not fucking Italy to the... Croatia? Fucking Kuwait. Croatia is not under... Hold on. I understand, okay? It's just fucking like arrows. It can't be like that precise or whatever. But excuse fucking me, okay? Here is fucking Denmark. Croatia, I guess technically if you go to like the furthest fucking point in Denmark, you might hit the furthest west point in Croatia, but like Jesus. I don't know. I probably should have. I thought it would be Germany or one of these four, but for here, Sisson, that's what I'm saying. A man can't have any fun these days because of the liberals. What the fuck? What the fuck? A man can't goon. That's exactly. By the way, we're talking about the autopen thing. What the fuck? Anyway, we're talking about the autopen. I collected articles in it, but I didn't. You've been tweeting some bangers? I know. I know. Incredible. I appreciate you noticing. I don't know if we'll have time to read all this. I don't know if I care to read all this, but I don't know. It's just like such a big nothing burger, bro. And I think him and, speaking of Twitter, him and Sociologic also have some, they want to debate. I don't know. I think everyone's going to be there for it too, but something about like welfare and is working only 40 hours a week lazy or whatever. We got Knopf on Twitter. Oh, by the way, Knopf is actually going to show up this week. Is he auto skipped? Not if you're watching through my feed. You won't even notice he's there. What a cool, respectful, awesome person, dude. What a so nice to have this fucking retard in the debate sphere, not even willing to engage with me at all, just because he's wrong about the fucking. By the way, speaking of balance of payments, just because he's wrong about the balance of payments, I downloaded a ton of shit on the balance of payments, like way more shit than I don't know, than anyone would ever really need. We'll probably read a lot of this because I want to understand it. The balance of payments textbooks. We'll read some of this, the balance of payments manual, but some of this is like literally for like accountants fucking compiling the balance of payments. So there might be some shit. There's probably a lot of shit in here that I don't really need to need to know. Like regional central bank. Like, do I really need to? The principle of timing. Actually, that one might be necessary, but okay. like, a regional central bank is an international financial institution that acts as a common central bank for a group of member countries. Such a bank has a headquarters in one country and maintains its national offices in each member country. Like, all of these are pretty short, though, so. And this is a book, Why He Hates You. I don't know. I mean, I know, but I don't know. He doesn't like my debating style, I guess, because I like to nail down on specific things to showcase how unbelievably fucking retarded he is. But I guess he doesn't like that. He constantly he doesn't like that I know more than him, so he just calls me a kid on Google, kid on Google, kid on Google, kid on Google, NPC, kid on Google, NP, like, I don't know. But it has foreign exchange market, spot rate, forward rate under gold standard, like, balance of payments adjustment under freely fluctuating exchange rates, balance of payments adjustment under gold standard, which is not, I don't think any country, no country's on the hard gold standard today. I think some are like on a weak gold standard. Currently, no country operates on a gold standard. Wait, this is an AI overview in disguise. What the fuck? Oh, they're like soft gold standard. Some countries hold a significant gold reserve that might be considered to have a soft gold standard, meaning they maintain gold as a reserve, but don't have it fully backed their currency with it. I mean, even we have gold as a reserve. Speaking of which, sorry. I just remembered. Why does it just download? Why don't Discord let me play shit in the browser anymore, bro? Bro, I will fucking download it. Yeah, put it in the notes folder. Oh, wait, you guys can't even fucking hear that. Hold on. Media player, add executable. Okay.
Do you think gold is money?
No.
This is my favorite fucking video, dude. Fractional reserve banking sucks? Why? Anyway, I have been tweeting out bangers. Free Harry. What if it was called Panera Pussy? I was literally just at Panera Bread with my friend. I was like, what if they called it Panera Pussy? That was goated. Promoting my own website, which I still have to make good eventually. Told her money is endogenous, but she didn't care. Anyway. No painting rolls disorder. Do we even? I don't know if we have fucking time to read this. Democrats need to moderate and fight. There's no contradiction there. This is what I've been saying, okay? Because I do think we need stronger Democrats, but I am worried that the I'll probably take a fucking Democrat. Jesus, I can't speak. That was horrible. Democrat willing to, stand up to Trump on the continuing resolution than and they're progressive than, a Democrat who has my exact positions, but is not willing to do so. But some things are just cringe. Okay, some things. are just cringe, and we shouldn't do them. And AOC and Bernie want to do some cringe things, okay? Canada bans porn over the U.S. and I'll become anti-terror if I can't goon. Yeah, I saw that. A man can't get. I mean, Pornhub's banned and like, or not like banned, but it probably is banned in some states. But you know, any state which makes them use an ID, they just block the whole. They block the site in the whole state. So. As it happens, I'm sitting in Japan right now talking to my Canadian friend Tim about American politics. If Canada bans Pornhub, then everyone will go to OnlyFans. OnlyFans doesn't have fucking freestyle. I was just about to say, hey, you can just use a VPN. There's not really anything free in OnlyFans. And I don't, how much do I want to say? OnlyFans porn is just like not, I don't know, it's not that appealing to me unless I like literally know who the person like is. Like I understand, like, if you know who someone is and you're like, I want to see them naked, like, OnlyFans is a mechanism for that. But, like, usually, like, OnlyFans shit, like, I don't want to see just, like, still images of someone of someone just doing, like, a lewd cosplay or someone even doing, like, a nude cosplay. Like, I just don't, and, like, it's not, like, almost none of the, I don't want to say it's not, like, real porn, but, like, I don't know what I'm looking for. Almost none of the OnlyFans shit is, like, real. There are free OnlyFans out there, but there's not much. How does Bernie pay for his major plans? Damn, you can't jerk it. I can, but I would rather to a video. But even the videos are like are not like hardcore shit. They're just like they're just like someone fucking talking to their live chat while their tits are out, and I'm like, that's just not what it's not, again, unless if I know like the person, but it's not really anyone I care that much about like that. Anyway, do you not like this Cope to Decay because you wanted to just print it? According to the Yale study and others, Medicare for All will save approximately $5 trillion. Current federal, state, local governments will next need to be about $30 trillion. Blah 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 blah. Do you have an OnlyFans account? I have, not that I post stuff on, but I have an account like as a user. Thoughts on Trump's statement and recent Fed decisions and Trump's statement about the Fed decision. The Fed decision, I mean, like, was probably, I don't have strong opinions usually like whether the Fed should like cut rates or not, but it makes a lot of sense to, you know, wait, considering the growth expectations are lower and inflation expectations are higher, and we're just really fucking uncertain about what the future of inflation and everything is going to be. So makes sense to wait, considering the fact that, you know, the growth going down and inflation going up kind of like, you know, net each other out. And the fact that we just don't know what tariffs are going to do and like what, Trump is attacking the Fed, which is horrible. We don't talk about that enough for some reason. People don't talk about that, but it's really, really bad that we have a president attacking a very important independent branch. Trump already, I mean, we know Trump doesn't like independent branches in general. He doesn't like independent committees in general. He didn't like the Consumer Financial Protection Bureau. He doesn't like anything not under the full authority of the executive branch. And he wants to be able to fire everyone within the independent agencies. But the monetary system in the U.S. is insanely fucking important, because we're the, you know, one of the largest economies in the world, if not the largest, depending on how you measure it. And we're the world reserve currency, and fucking up monetary policy horribly would be really bad. And also, it's, you know, there's a precedent set that if he does anything with the Fed, that's an okay thing to do now. And that'd be really bad too. It's kind of hard if you have like an independent agency or independent branch. If that becomes politically controlled, politically corrupted, it's kind of hard to undo that. There are obviously cases. I mean, like Biden, Trump had his Schedule F appointments in the end of his term, and Biden like undid that. But especially, my body's ready for stagflation. Unfortunately, welcome back, Sauce Rama. But Jesus. Also, Trump doing something crazy like gold standard abolish the Fed or take control of the Fed. I would put it at like a 30% probability that he either like fires Powell or has like an executive order that's set. I think it's actually no. I'll say like 30% probability that he fires Powell at some point, or tries to. And then maybe like probably even a higher, like 50% probability. Sometime during his 4-year term, he passes an executive order basically saying, I have some amount of control over the Fed now. Now, that would probably get struck down by the courts. And it might not actually be like a super, I don't want to say not a super serious thing, because it's a serious thing, but it might not be like enforceable or like any of that shit, because, he just did this with the fucking, it might be something like this, the Department of Education, where his order is basically like, hey, we need to start looking into getting rid of the Department of Education. I would put it, there's a 50% chance that he has some executive order saying like, hey, maybe we need to start looking into bringing the Fed under my control, something like that. When it comes to the gold standard or abolishing the Fed, I don't think that's very likely. What's up?
Hey, how's it going?
Good.
Been debating free trade with. Do you know Seth? Do you know who that is?
Sev or Seth?
Yeah,
I know.
Do you know Seth?
No, I don't think so. No.
Why, do you know who Sev is?
What? Sorry.
Okay, you don't
I
know
know
Seth. Do you know Sev?
I do know. I've never spoken to Seb, but I've seen Seb on like Loner Box's stream, and I've heard you talk about him before as well. Yeah.
No, so Seth with the PH. He's like let's say post-Keynesian Nazi type person.
Okay.
He's like anti-free trade, and he's citing at me the CPA, the Coalition for a Prosperous America.
Oh, of course.
I have this one dumbass, Ian Fletcher or something. He wrote a book, Free Trade Doesn't Work. Ooh.
Wow.
I just opened like the thing. I'm looking at his citations. So like 2 times he calls something a study when it's not a study. Like it's a book and they use a data set, but it's not a study. Study is published in a journal. I've never heard of a book containing a study unless it's like an academic book where like they publish like something, So it's like stupid. But also,
is that really gonna tank
the only thing in favor of like tariffs there that I could find was like one study published in like 2000 that looked at like the effect of tariffs from 1875 to 1914. It's like probably not the best, but probably not good. And then I look at other studies from the exact same year, and they're like, "Oh, we actually find the opposite." It's like, okay. And then I cite a bunch of studies from what you sent me, the copy pasta from the Tax Foundation.
Yeah.
And no meaningful response. It's so frustrating. So I don't know. Just like remember that article or something. They had an article where they just showed like a graph of manufacturing going down or something from CPA, right? People cited it at us.
I know you're.
We debated one time on Streamlabs or something, and someone cited it.
Oh, yeah. I think I probably. Yeah.
Yeah. So it's annoying. Apparently, they have like objections to comparative advantage.
Of course.
Why is this girl saying that you're going to bomb the Pentagon?
First of all, because I am, and that is a real, true threat.
What?
But second of all, I don't know. She just took my phone and said, "Hey, can I post something?" And I was like, "I guess." And she said that. So
Told her money is endogenous, but she didn't care. I'm sending this to Sam, okay?
Sam was elected already.
Okay. That's funny.
Welcome
And I'm
back
sending
to
it to
True Man.
Patrick. Um, give me a second. Yeah, okay. That's funny. I like that. But yeah, okay. Okay. Did you see the Destiny Fabian debate?
Only some of it, but yeah, I saw they did it. I saw. Um,
I didn't see
this,
any part of it. But what were you talking about before I joined?
Trump and the Fed.
Okay. Um, yeah, what do you think about what do you think Trump's gonna do?
I don't know. I think I said like probably at least a 50% probability that he passes like some executive order at some point that says at the very least like, hey, we should start looking into like bringing the Fed under my control. Kind of. I don't know if you saw like he just passed an executive order for the Department of Education that basically says like, hey, we need to like start looking into maybe one day, someday abolishing it, like the same way he did with the sovereign wealth fund too. Um, I think there's a decent
Mm-hmm.
chance that happens. I don't think
Yeah, but
it's. I
that
don't.
has to be done through Congress.
What the Department of Education abolishing, or the
Yeah.
yeah officially it has to be done through Congress. That's why the executive order, if you read it, basically does nothing and just says like we should start preparing for if Congress votes to do this.
Uh, yeah, but the Federal Reserve, should that also be done through Congress, or does the president have more authority over it technically?
That's
Oh
all.
no.
That's like basically all Congress. It doesn't even I mean, it was created by statute, and it is created to be independent. How about the cap on credit card interest rates? Probably bad.
Yeah, that's bad. That's definitely bad. There's a good article on this by Nicholas Decker. What a great guy. He's a GMU student. He's good. Here, I'm linking it. I'm about to link. Oh,
I want to find it
I'm
before
linking.
you. I already got it. Wow.
What? Because I retweeted it or what?
No, I just searched up credit card interest cap, Nicholas Decker, and it came up. Homo
Okay.
economics.
Ooh, ooh,
Whoa.
ooh, ooh. Homo
Whoa.
economicus. Ooh, 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 ooh. Yeah, okay. Hmm. Yeah,
There's
I mean, all the
empirical evidence that
policies
price
that are
caps will
like
cause it.
populist. Hmm?
I was just reading from. We have empirical evidence that price caps will cause a decrease in quantity supplied and a reduction in consumer welfare. What? What?
What? Yeah, we have there are more papers. I think I don't remember if he cited all the papers that we have on it. But like, yeah, all the populist policies are like bad. Okay, so you know, capping credit card rates bad. Okay, capping like rent,
My
that's bad. But
unwavering
also like the new
loyalty
stuff
is to
Trump
Joe
is
Biden.
proposing. So like no tax on overtime, that's stupid. No tax on tips, that's stupid.
Yeah.
These are not necessarily bad. They're just stupid. Like they're not going to do
They're
anything
just
meaningfully
they're
good.
like unnecessary and they're not the most efficient way to do even what they want to accomplish, which
Taxes,
is
yeah,
like yeah.
yeah, yeah, precisely. Oh, someone DM'd me or something. What happened? Oh, never mind. Don't worry about it. But
Wow.
yeah, yeah. No, yeah, that's true.
High no tax
Oh,
on that money goes to Israel. Real.
ho, 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 ho. Don't you know that taxes don't fund spending? It's a little thing called MMT. Look it up.
Whoa. Whoa.
That's right.
I mean Elon found the magic money computers, bro. Like,
That's true. That's true. That's true. Well, either way, um, just wanted to complain about the free trade, anti-free trade book. He's like openly a protectionist, Ian Fletcher guy. Something. Okay, I know Cato fought with him a lot. They have a lot of, like, yeah. So that's funny. But yeah, either way, have fun.
you two, talk to her. You know, I saw a picture on Twitter today of a boat that said Hawk Tuna. Fish on that thing.
Tua talk. Tua talk. Okay.
Okay.
Bye.
Okay. I'm subscribing to this real quick because I just realized this guy wrote the one of the tariff things too. And Trump notified Biden autopens. He should notify the Department of Education and arrest anyone involved in it. Yes, he doesn't actually have the authority to do either of those two things. So.
Alright, dudes. Well, it's time I finally tank my channel. Make the video that does me in. And this is it. This is the Poor Man's Politics video.
I like it, so it doesn't tank your channel.
Where if you liked me before, you ain't gonna like me now. For real, for real. So, I get asked all the time about my politics. And I don't talk about it because I swear to you, if you're on the left, you don't like me. If you're on the right, you don't like my politics. Because I'm both more left-wing than you, and I'm more right-wing than you. No one likes me. I am socially conservative, fiscally liberal. It's about the opposite. Everybody else, the old standard is, oh, well, I'm socially liberal.
What's your take on Harry sister drama? Can a man not have fun anymore? What's up, Frances? Welcome. I mean, like, you should probably just, like, say sorry, but, like, are we ending this dude's career because of this? A man can't have fun anymore. A man can't have some side hoes. What the hell? This isn't even side hoe shit, okay? Okay? He told some of them that they weren't exclusive, okay? Like, Jesus.
Anyway. And fiscally conservative. And I think that's fucking bullshit. I do. I think that, like, overall, we should have high ethical standards and moral standards in society. I feel like you are obligated to do certain things as a man, as a woman, as a person in this country, and that means I'm socially conservative. I do feel like you have a fucking part to play, okay? So socially, I am conservative. I do think you can fucking do it. I think you're good enough. I think we can have rules as a society that you can fucking stick to. I think you can, okay? But then financially, fiscally, I'm liberal as all fuck, dude. Because I'll tell you what, I've made a good bit of money. I am technically a millionaire, right? Like, I don't have $1 million sitting in my bank account, but all together, we got about $1 million fucking dollars better. So your boy's doing really well. Couldn't have done it without you.
He thought just want a monopoly on Harry Sissy. True.
Who were like, I live in Minnesota. How could I have helped you make money in Texas? You fucking did, okay? Because there's no way that I could have amassed this wealth. I could have built this company, which is small, dude. Fucking small fucking fish.
True.
In the
base brass hit. He's being base for once.
We doing good, okay? I couldn't have done it without your granddaddies and your grandmamas. If they didn't build the fucking highway system for me, if they didn't build this electrical grid, get these gas stations put on every corner, fucking someone work the hotels so guys could work out of town and get shit done that couldn't get done in that city, all the stuff it takes, arresting bad guys, putting out fires, keeping the goddamn city built, right? Because I'm clever as fuck, boys. I'm clever, and I'm cocky about it. But if you drop me off in the Amazon rainforest, I'm gonna fuck how clever I am. I can't just build a successful company, right? Even there ain't nobody buying plumbing there. And in order for people to be buying a lot
can't find a source for things Trump supposedly did, according to Telegram channel. Yeah, because you're using Malibu. No offense. The reason you can't find a source for this shit is because it didn't happen. Just like half the shit you say on Telegram doesn't ever fucking happen. I'm pretty sure you said we're gonna go to war with Iran, even while Biden was still in office, bro. Believe it or not, random ass Telegram channels usually aren't the most accurate source of information, bro.
We had to build docks, ports.
Localist party somehow brings it back to economics. Harry thinks he's a champion for women because he wants to abort his babies. #gay. That sounds like economics to be real.
Railroads, all types of shit. There needs to be.
Oh, he did say monopoly earlier, though.
11, fucking in the 80s, for me to be successful today. So to act like
this is my. Fuck, I have to edit that video. Totally forgot about the video. When I was on the Gibbs panel about passport bros, I said I wanted free trade for women as well. Okay, so.
We don't owe society something because we didn't build all these roads and all these hospitals and grid systems.
I did say 90% chance, not that it is certain. Okay.
For me to get rich, or for Jeff Bezos to get rich, we built it for us all to prosper, right?
Well, I'm just super.
That's what makes me left-wing, is I do feel like you played a big part in what I did, and you are owed a fucking cut. You are owed a cut from all of business because we all built this together. No one can do it without you. You are, and me, right? And now, like, I'm more right-wing on some of this shit. Like, I don't think you just, like, say, like, Elon Musk, right, or Jeff Bezos, they've got $100 billion, whatever, right? If they're not Scrooge McDuck, it's not just fucking sitting there in, like, a vault that we can just go fucking take a cut of it, you know? like if you want to tax Jeff Bezos because you say he's worth this much money, you're asking him to sell pieces of Amazon and then pay the government. You're basically asking to shift that money to the government. That's not going to be effective, right? So I believe in like a more populist tax structure where you incentivize people to invest in the country, right? So for me, the tax code is beautiful. Like I think it's fair. A lot of guys in my position, like a Dave Ramsey type, they always bitch about taxes. It really is pretty fucking fair. Like
who's the speaker? This is Brass House.
Taxes, buy more shit, enrich the country.
YouTuber, kinda plumber. I think he has some type of successful business in non-fun chatter.
Right? Because like whenever what I do increases the wealth of the nation. Right? An electrician down the road who wires up businesses that I never go into, wires up homes that I never go into, has helped make me more wealthy because he's increased the capability of the country. So like because of that, because like that electrician is helping me be more profitable. That's that community shit that's more left wing, right? And one thing that like where I really realized I made this change was in 2013. President Obama, he like, dude, the right wing fucking grilled him, myself included. Like Rush Limbaugh, all those guys were like roasting Obama because he said like, oh, you got a successful business, you didn't build that. You've got a lot of money, you didn't build that. We all built that together. You didn't do that by yourself. It took this whole community for you to get that money. And everybody was like, fuck you, bro. I did build it. He's right, dudes. He's right because if I drop you off in Haiti, you're not going to build up a successful business.
Is it a new chat? It's not a new chat. We've had like two debates, 2 or 3 actually.
Dude. So like you can't do it without everybody else. So you didn't do it by yourself. As great as I want to act like I am, all you fuckers had a hand to play in my business being successful. And so our tax structure should reflect that, right? So who takes advantage of the tax system, right? So if I'm not saying it's Jeff Bezos and Elon Musk who have these huge companies, which I do believe in unionizing the fuck out of these companies, boys. Like I say, the bigger your company gets, the more we need to regulate you. Don't regulate the small boys, let us fucking party and fucking build up and catch these big boys, but regulate from the top down, not the bottom up like I do right now. Right now they regulate from the bottom up. Everything is, they want to regulate you out of business and keep the big boys in. Fuck that. You can do it. You deserve a seat at the table. But, so our tax structure, it's not about, I don't think taking money from the rich guy and giving it to the government is going to fucking do shit. I don't know why. Like, if we're going to buy more bombs to blow up brown people, that's fucking worthless to me, right?
There are good ways to take money from rich people and bad ways to take money from rich people.
I think our tax structure should incentivize investment back into the...
A localist, I guarantee you this guy is not talking about subsidiarity. I know that's what you want to think. I guarantee you he probably doesn't even know what that means. He might, but...
country. So, like a guy like who's getting rich off Bitcoin, that does nothing for our country. You're siphoning the wealth of the country.
True.
Our abilities, our capacity. You're not bringing wealth to the country. You're taking wealth. So, like if you, like a real estate agent, a salesman who just got rich off just fucking shaking a hand, cutting a deal, you should pay a higher tax rate. Fuck you. And if you want to avoid taxes, buy shit that is like, invest in a team.
I mean, I think optimal tax policy would just tax consumption regardless of how you got the money. But
buy an office for your business, hire employees, buy them vehicles, give them bonuses, start increasing the wealth of the nation, and you avoid those fucking taxes, right? Because my taxes ain't shit. I pay myself $150K a year as the owner of this company, and I don't know what I pay on those taxes. It's whatever. That's
more wealth inequality. I want to see how much money is possible based.
So it may be a decent amount. And I have to pay a franchise tax for the state of Texas, which is not really that much. It's like there's no state income tax in Texas, but if your business does over $1 million.
Okay, no offense. I don't know if I care to watch all of this. But I don't think we'll even. What to know about autopen, which Trump claims nullifies Biden's pardon. Other president uses autopen to grant pardons. Experts have expressed doubt that courts would allow a president to revoke clemency granted by the predecessor. It's the latest example of Trump ignored the legal limits of president's power. Biden issued historic presumptive pardons to members of the House Jan 6 committee, which investigated Trump's role in the attack on the Capitol. Trump has repeatedly threatened the committee members with investigation in jail. Trump said late night, hereby declared void, vacant, blah, 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 necessary pardoning documents. Claimed found evidence that members of the committee, which include former Representative Lee Cheney, were probably responsible for documents that were signed on behalf without Biden's knowledge. By the way, Summer Saya's wealth tax debate is out. What? I feel like I've... Is there a new one? I've definitely seen Saya's talk about it with Mankiw and... Is there a new one? Robert Reich and Larry's. Oh, this would be good to watch. Saving this one for later. Hell yeah.
Of income per person in societies that much more heavily regulate businesses and their
I think the claim that I've heard, which I have no clue if it's true or not, is that people are like, oh, there's a paper trail for all the other approval of the auto pens, but there isn't for some of them, but I don't know. Trump Session used an argument made from an ex-post who oversight project, Branch Air Foundation, the think tank behind Project 2025, which claims the pardons made Biden on on January 19th were signed with an auto pen. Regulate regulations. Truth nuke. Truth nuke. I was Joe Biden's auto pen. Post-labor economics is the only economics we're studying. Anything legacy is outdated. True. Joe Biden's always kept a tight circle. Only a few could ever claim to be his right-hand man. There was Ted Kaufman. What the fuck? That's me, but different. That's my last name. The early campaign volunteer became Biden's senior chief of staff, John Di Elitero, something like that. The college friend who went to work as a state director in Wilmington, plus Jill Biden, of course, and Joe's sister, Valerie, his right-hand woman. Left and worked upon over the decades are the dozens of us who served in a related but different capacity as uncredited stand-ins for Joe Biden's literal right hand via auto pen. Last week, what's up, Switch Freshie? Welcome back. The Harris Foundation released a Subpoena report claiming that Biden White House used an auto pen to sign preemptive pardons during his final days. These included allegedly the pardons granted to members of the House Select Committee to investigate the January 6th attack. On Friday, President Donald Trump took to Truth Social with a dark suspicion. The person who was the real president during the Biden years was the person who controlled the auto pen. Back? Yeah. I don't know what you mean. You're not a first-time chatter. You've been here before. You got 26 messages, bro. What the fuck? Follow it. What local party's been following for 10? Bro, you've been following fucking longer than Localist, and you're like, what do you mean welcome back? That figure he'd go on to intimidate without evidence was not Biden, who was too checked out in Trump's view. This made Biden's pardon null and void. From there, it seems we entered a now familiar cycle. First, Trump land makes a claim about Biden's executive functioning or lack thereof. Biden sources deny the claim, but then, two, a few anonymous Biden sources reportedly go rogue to hint that perhaps there's something there. In this case, a key aide to then president who may have had the unilateral determinations on what to auto-sign. A few months after that, we're not yet with the auto pen. Perhaps a former administration staff echoes those hints on a podcast or a panel, setting themselves up for a turncoat book deal down the road. Instead, I'm willing to break my silence. In 2006, I began a summer internship in then Senator Biden's Delaware headquarters as a 16-year-old politics nerd from Wilmington and a foreign policy buff. I was awed by Biden's stature as a top Democrat in the Senate Foreign Relations Committee. I was welcomed by, I'm just going to call this guy Mr. D, a lovely man. In the front desk admin gave me a tour. The grandest room in the suite was Biden's office. He wasn't in that week, she said, but he might be later in the summer, in which case we'd meet. The work was menial, logging calls, opening mail, but most days contain at least one moment of magic, the auto pen. On the desk in the back room, the device looked amazingly analog. There was no screen, no interface. You just load a pen or Sharpie onto the loop at the end of the arm and let it trace its way. On my end, it took, not skill, but care to line the paper up below or miss a line. I decided that the signature often run too parallel to the bottom edge of the page. There would be a gentle, friendly skew. Once engaged, the device would move slowly and at an uncanny human pace along the ghostly path at Joe's right hand. The slash of his J, the curves of his B, the jagged E that shocked me every time. These are the strokes I'll never forget. Then Joe's final coup de grace, the little dot he'd add above the last few letters of his surname, ostensibly meant to crown the I, but falling cheekily behind it. It reminded me of Marilyn Monroe's beauty mark. When I think back to the work I did on the auto pen that summer, it was all pretty anecdote stuff. There were wedding congratulations and birthday wishes, those kinds of salutations, nice messages people might want to frame someday as a family heirloom. That's why he signed them in Sharpie. Was there more than that? Perhaps some polite letters addressed to government agencies in Delaware on Delawareans' behalf? Maybe, but he didn't hear from me. These past days have been hard. Yes, I agree with all the legal experts out there who say the Biden administration's autopen use stance is perfectly legal and sound, but at the same time, when I see the New York Post call Joe Biden autopen Joe, I get this pang of guilt because, well, that's how I think of him too. That's how I best know Joe. I never did meet the senator that summer. He never showed either at the Joe Biden High School Youth Day base. I was attended down in Dover, and I've never quite managed to catch him since. Am I upset by this surprise? No, Biden has rarely been the kind of omnipresent, glad-handling politician you might expect a small state to produce. Biden blast. Someone would do Biden blast. And on a personal level, the Delawareans understand why his clan turned inward after the 1972 death of his first wife and daughter. But in addition to that, there's a cultural aspect. The way Delawareness has long been characterized by negotiations and evasions. Our good little corporate secrecy have a secrecy haven neither north nor south. I do wonder though, did the rest of the country know to expect such a ghost? Did they know Did they know to read Biden's presidency as that of a quintessential Delaware man shot through blankness? People expected more expansiveness of vision from his presidency and boldness too, but he always had his institutional streak based. He's a company man from the company state, accustomed to tracing preset paths. Jesus. Like choosing to run for a second term in the first place, he could be called worse than autopen Joe. Why hasn't Biden or Kamala addressed it since it was reported on? Because there's not a bit. What are they supposed to say? They're out of. It's not like they can do anything anyway. I don't know. It's dumb. Do you think it would mean nothing? It would mean nothing if Biden came out and said, obviously, my mental faculties are fine, because he's already said it 100 million times. Obviously, it's not going to mean it. People are just going to say he's lying. Cooperated by an anonymous Biden staffer who took unilateral decisions on what the president was signing by fixing an auto signature. However, per the newspapers reporting the Post is not publishing that staffer's name due to the lack of concrete evidence and refutation by other colleagues. Signatures packed by the Heritage Foundation are from National Archives. National Archives do not display original copies of the document, but digitized versions. These copies use a computer-generated signature for where the president signed the document, meaning that the online copies of Biden's signature appear to be auto-signed, but they're not the original version. There's photographic proof of Biden signing an executive order that the Heritage Foundation claimed was signed by autopen. Several other photos display Biden signing documents with a signature that matches his autopen signature, and video footage of Biden discussing executive orders he had signed, which countered Trump's claim that Biden was not really mentally or physically present to sign executive orders. That's why this is the same for documents of the Trump administration that are on the National Archive site. Debate Biden on tariffs. I wish, bro. I wish. We're gonna do the Gibbs thing. After the Gibbs thing, Grid Motorsports is there.
If at all. The federal government has absolutely no business doing any of it.
True.
And you can't point to where in the Constitution of the United States where it says that you're owed an education.
True. That's definitely what the Department of Education does, Grid. You have a very good understanding of what the Department of Education, which is mostly fucking giving loans to people and giving states money for their own education. Jesus.
Sorry?
Okay. I don't feel obligated to do that. I like the Department of Education.
Why would you not? Do you not understand the Constitution?
Because the Department of Education exists right now, and it does things that I think are good, and I'm okay with.
What do you think it does good? I got to hear this. What do you think it does good?
Sure. So we talked about
Non-fun are you that's ignorant. Yeah.
So overseeing FAFSA, which is a free application.
Teaching kids how to take money.
True, Grid. True.
So,
is that good? How can't do math? They can't write. They can't.
A little bit.
They can't do.
They give money with strings attached. There are not that many strings. Obviously, there is some minimum standards that the school has to meet. Because we don't want states fucking over their fucking students. But there are realistically not that many strings attached. It's actually forbidden by statute, by the way, for them to like mandate any type of statutorily prohibited from dictating what is taught in schools, how it's taught, or when it's taught. Like there are certain requirements, but they all make quite a bit of sense. Most of the requirements, by the way, are for like optional grants. It's like you put a request in to get a grant. So it's a voluntary transaction, but whatever. They simply coerce the states into it. Same thing. True. No, it does not. I don't think you're understanding the words coming out of my mouth, Localist, but all right.
Literally cannot
fucking
read.
Literally. Free college plan for everyone. You just have to dedicate 4 years of service to the military and they'll pay for it. That's why I never understood that as an argument. You know, for
I haven't done Department of Education ask me anything. Why are you so woke? Why are you so woke?
Enough to your mic or not?
Can you hear me?
I can hear you, but you sound like you're underwater.
Okay, Jesus. 20 years ago, doing the exact same thing. That time, Republican President Tim and I were discussing, it was Bush. 2 years after that conversation, Democrats abstaining Bush's attempts to privatize Social Security and taking back control of Congress. 4 years later, Democrat won the presidency, proceeded to end the Iraq War, put the economy back at a more or less solid footing, and partially resolve America's damaged international reputation. It's 2 a.m. It's not 2 a.m. where I am. It's 8:13 where I am. It's not late at all, but I did get up. I say early. I got up at 11 a.m. today, which is early for me, okay, because I went to bed at like 6 a.m., but I got caffeine. We good. How the Democrats pulled it off? Part of it was simply that Bush screwed up so badly on so many fronts that Americans basically got fed up with his whole brand. Part of it was Democrats who knew how to take advantage of their opportunities that Bush's failures offered them. They stood up for 20th century liberalism, for the stabilization of foreign policy of the pre-2001 period, civil liberties, the New Deal social insurance systems, and fundamentally capitalist U.S. economy. In Israel's 2 a.m.? Oh, yeah. Makes sense. They did not respond to the madness of the Bush era by unleashing madness of their own. It was center-left, New Deal liberal resistance, and it succeeded wildly. Right now, Democrats are having a big internal debate on how to resist Donald Trump. Already, Trump's approval rating is starting to sour as Americans see the economic devastation wrought by his tariffs. Trump economy is probably the main driver of this swing, but Americans are also souring in Trump's foreign policy of bullying Ukraine and cozying up to Russia. It's tragic that America had to actually elect Trump in order to realize the dangers of isolationist ideology, but the realization could give Democrats the opportunity to fight back, as it did successfully with Bush. There's just one big problem. Unlike 2 decades ago, Democrats' brand has been severely tarnished. A recent CNN poll found that Democrats' favorability has fallen to 29% among the American public. In a recent Michigan focus group, most Trump voters felt some bias remorse, but only 1 out of 13 said they wish they could go back and switch their votes to Harris. People are rapidly souring on Trump, but Democrats seem so far incapable of capitalizing. Are you quoting? I don't care what Grok says, localist. Shut the fuck up. Even more frustratingly, there seem to be different reasons people are mad at Democrats. On one hand, people want to see the Dems to be more moderate. More liberal, stay the same, more moderate. 45%, damn. And moderate Democrats have been winning elections more easily, including 2024. On the other hand, people clearly want the Democrats to stand up to Trump and fight harder to stop him from whatever he's doing. Jesus. Bro is coping? How am I coping? I just don't really care. It's not an interesting conversation to me when you just quote from Grok in my chat. It's not a meaningful human conversation where we're actually having a good faith disagreement. That's just it pisses me off, dude. Why is Trump convinced foreign companies will move to USA to avoid tariffs? I don't know. Yeah, I mean, I think because we are a bigger economy, obviously. So I think I don't know. I think he's right in assuming that some probably will. He probably overestimates the extent. But what's up, Poland? By the way, welcome back. What do I do? The Mormons invited me to the temple. One of the guys was from California. I don't know what to tell you. You don't want to hang out with the Mormons?
I'm jaking it.
Google Kid versus Grok Kid. Do I go? So probably not. I would not. I mean, I wouldn't. If you want to go, fuck it. But no, I probably would not do that. Mormons are cringe.
What?
These two desires for Dems to move to the center and for Dems to fight hard against Trump seem to coexist right alongside each other. Patrick Funny has called this combative centrism. To many progressives, this seems like a contradiction. To fight Trump harder in their minds means to stand up more strongly for progressive causes, trans rights, DI, depolicing, and a more permissive attitude towards asylum seekers. To compromising those ideas, by definition, would be to accommodate or compromise with Trump, right? The flaw in this thinking is that the issues most Americans care most about, the same thing they want the Democrats to fight Trump the hardest on, are not necessarily the same thing progressive activists care about. The axes of moderates versus progressives and fight versus compromise simply don't line up. And as always, what kind of things do Americans want Democrats to fight Trump harder on? One obvious is the economy. In a recent interview with Eric Levitz, which, by the way, I recommend reading in full, political data scientist David Shore showed a chart from a poll taken in February on which issues voters trusted Democrats versus Republicans. How the fuck is unemployment here? Republicans don't give a shit about unemployed people. Those are the issues the voters say most important to them, and the issues they trust Republicans more on, and the same issues: the economy, cost of living, and inflation. Voters really care about the economic issues, especially related to living costs. And until recently, they believe Trump and the GOP would serve them better on that front. In a recent interview with Ezra Klein, which I also recommend watching in full, Shore shows that economic concerns basically trump everything else for voters. 94%. Retired children asking for handouts back to the mines. Based. They yearn for them. They yearn for them. I need to do more. I need to just compile more statistics on like welfare. DOE funding forces states to adopt Common Core and standardization testing requirements. I'm not sure that I don't know if that's true. Take teaching priorities and reduce federal school. I think you're quoting for? I can tell it's fucking written by AI. I don't fucking care. Shut the fuck up. It's not a meaningful. If it's true, are you against it? I don't know. I've never done. I don't know. I don't have enough background knowledge to say whether Common Core is fucking good or bad. Okay, like I really don't know. Common Core, DOE. I think Common Core like a non-profit organization too. Standards copyrighted by blah, blah, blah. NDA offering a public license used by State Department of Education. The U.S. Department of what the fuck? U.S. Department of Education has since funded 2 grants to develop the next generation. Prohibited Department of Education from attempting the Every Student Succeeds Act passed in 2015 replaced No Child Left Behind, and prohibited Department of Education from attempting to influence, incentivize, or coerce state or a localist. Please, bro. The law literally mentions Common Core standards. You admit, like, you just are, like, your epistemology is, like, unbelievably fucked. Holy shit. Jesus, you admit that, like, you were just entirely the opposite of correct there, right? What do you mean you're right? The 2015 law literally prohibited them from attempting to coerce state adoption of Common Core standards. Or any other academic standards. Go back to the other article. What, this article? Read what it said. Let me read what you said, okay? DOA funding forces states to adopt Common Core. You admit that's wrong, right? You admit that's wrong. You admit that's wrong. You admit that's wrong. You admit that's wrong. You admit that's wrong, right? That was wrong. When you said that, that's wrong. That's been wrong since 2015. Since 2015, they've been prohibited for doing so. Yeah, I don't understand how you're this stupid, bro. 2002, a law did not address Common Core standards specifically, since they didn't emerge until later that decade, and they emerged from the federal, not from federal government, but from a state-led effort to. This also contradicts you, but okay, because Common Core came from a state-led effort to define what the state should be teaching, how it should be taught. But the Obama administration did play a role in expanding Common Core through waivers to No Child Left Behind requirements that encouraged states to adopt the standards. This also isn't. I mean, this use. I guess. If you replace the word encouraged with coerced here, you might have an argument up until 2015. But you admit you were wrong, right? When you said the DOE does this, you were wrong because they don't do this. They haven't done this for 10 years. You admit for the past 10 years they haven't done this. They've been prohibited by law from doing this. Can you admit that the DOE does not force states to use Common Core and they are prohibited by law for doing so and have been for 10 years? Are you going to admit that, localist? Jesus. Trump's approval began a downturn since he started willingly smashing the U.S. economy with tariffs. Those tariffs threatened to raise the cost of living even more, while also hurting the economy and job market. It makes sense that voters would want Democrats to fight back against economic arson. There are also a bunch of other issues that might not have figured as strongly back in February, but could be. By the way, I gotta join this thing pretty soon. Could be very important to trends in reverse. These include Trump's defiance of the judiciary and due process, Doge's destruction of state. Hold on, let me open Minecraft because I have ADHD that needs to be satisfied. Doge's destruction of state capacity, Elon Musk's attacks on Social Security. And it makes sense that people would want Dems to fight to prevent the president from attacking like a dictator, preserve entitlements, and restore basic functioning of the state. Okay, so what issues do voters want Democrats to moderate on? In 2 words, the answer is cultural issues. I strongly agree with this tweet. The mistake the left made, including me, made in Trump's first term, was to very arrogantly assume that voters were with us on the culture war issues and that demographic change would give a strong advantage, so we could run even further to the left. As for which cultural issues Trump's going to moderate on, I see 4 possible answers. 1, policing and crime. 2, immigration and border security. 3, DI and race. 4, trans issues. Because I'm just waiting for you. I don't care if you're quoting from Grok again. I just need to hear the word. I just need to see you type. The DOE has been statutorily prohibited from enforcing Common Core standards on states since 2015. Please, I just need to see you type that. You're still wrong. NCLB ESA literally tied money contingent on adopting Common Core. You read, if there's optional, I understand there might be optional grants that states have to like apply for and be approved for to do this, and they have to meet certain standards. I understand, but you acknowledge they can't enforce it. They can't fucking enforce it on schools. Jesus fucking Christ. You read a sentence and act like when you said DOE funding, like, Jesus fucking Christ, dude, forces states to adopt it. And then it turns out they're statutorily prohibited from forcing states to adopt it. They're just like certain grants that I don't even know for sure if they are contingent on. I would have to read more. Are contingent on this, but like, Jesus fucking Christ, dude. Yeah, stuff is
Hello there.
Jesus. What's up? Okay.
I just got done eating.
Yeah.
So I think I'm going to be on your guys' side for most of this.
Yeah, see, I didn't read the whole thread, but I saw you arguing with Pentuffle, and I think Gibbs too on Twitter a little bit, but...
Yeah, like, Pisco says a lot of dumb shit, and a lot of it, like, he hides behind his credential degree, that I don't even fully sincerely believe yet. But he hides behind his credential and, like, gets shit wrong all the time with the Colorado Supreme Court decision thing, so... But I think Pisco's got this. One of these boys are about to get rocked on Monday.
Oh, what, is he debating the autopen thing on Monday?
Yep, they're going on Wick. It's going to be Pentuple and Gibbs versus Pisco and some dumb
like,
broad. Who cares?
True. It's like the most boring thing they could debate, but all right. Might have to do this again later, but... First, policing crime shows that it's a fairly important issue on which voters trust the GOP more. In fact, most Dems moderated on this issue very quickly after 2020. Biden boosted funding for police by hundreds of millions of dollars. Tried to do even more than through legislative processes. But most blue cities elected leaders who promised to be tough on crime. This was all good and probably contributed to the big drop in crime in Biden's term. But it wasn't enough. The long shadow of 2020, when prominent Democrats like Kamala Harris and AOC gave their full-throated support to defund the police movement, continues to hang over the Democratic Party. Democrats essentially squandered the tough on crime reputation that they had built up over the 1990s and 2000s. In order to restore that reputation, Dems need to be consistently vocal about the crucial importance of police in a nationwide fight against crime, and having prominent Democrats claim that police aren't the way to fight crime and that welfare state expansion could do just a good job is distinctly unhelpful. Now on to immigration and border security. It's probably America's second most important issue in 2024 after the cost of living.
Oh, there you go. Katya, you sound like shit. So do you, Papa.
I was just congested for a minute.
Oh.
All good. Knock on wood, I'm not sick. For now at least.
Fuck, I dropped some dinner in my fucking shirt right here.
Dinner on this shit. Oh, wow. Real classy affair.
I know, right?
Real classy affair.
I got the lobster low country boil. It was fucking delicious.
Let's hit the stream together once again.
Let me ping everyone.
How's everybody's day, man? Good? All right, good. I'm glad to hear it. Wonderful. Just talking to myself now at this point, I see.
True. We need to go super. We need to become the Republican caricature of what they think Democrats are.
Hey.
Our volume level's good. I turn my mic up.
Compared to
'Cause I think
earlier
my
on
mic's been
Wix.
a little quiet, but
Yeah. I have my permanently tired shirt on now.
Oh, thank you. I appreciate it. I like the high energy that shirt is sending out.
There will be still high energy. Just it's really warm. I was like overheating that whole time. That sweater was too warm.
just give
Yeah.
us
But I'd already committed, so I
This
was like,
is
well,
double
fuck. I
credit.
guess I'm wearing the sweater.
How do we feel on Macron saying he would ignore Russia's demand that no non-NATO member peacekeepers allowed in Ukraine? I don't think that's I mean, probably.
You guys want to get any more cat fighting out of the way?
Seems like
No, we're
that's how
good.
this.
No, we're starting. We got new fights to have.
No, I'm good.
New fights. We have new fights to go. All right.
I don't want to fight her. I want to fight her positions in the marketplace of ideas.
Oh.
Yeah.
Marketplace.
Of ideas. Pulled out the back alley with a beer bottle.
He's too loud. I cannot
No.
understand anything. Discord is too loud.
I would never. I've basically never gotten into a physical fight.
Are we good now? Yes,
You hear my
okay.
face is molded by them. I can't. I don't know which is the better method.
Donphan conceded the fact that education funding is
I mean, I'd
tied
advocate
to
for
adopting
not fighting
federal
people.
standards and accountability. I'm sure there are grants that do that. I know for certain that there are at least some grants that do that. I just don't. It's just like statutorily they prohibited from.
if it's for fun, then yeah.
I think it's not even coercing, right?
Yeah.
Jeez.
What if I just like hate
Okay,
to come to
look.
the gym, bro? Like
You can
just
be
don't
mean
know.
to them. But physical violence. Look, I'm a pacifist. Okay.
That's
I
unconstitutional.
suggest you
You think every? I understand that you have
I'm
your
a
own
pacifist.
special.
Too. I'll pass this fist right through your face.
Definition
Yeah,
was
amen. All right,
unconstitutional,
perfect
but-
timing. So I guess is this everybody, right? We're all here. Looks like good. Am I missing anybody? I don't think so. Oh, fantastic. Let's get going here. Welcome to Give Me a Break. We are here to discuss today the autopen scandal and 40-hour work week and why you're a lazy fuck if you only work 40 hours or not. We'll see. Let's start off with the autopen controversy. And Ben, but before we do that, let's just go through everybody, tell everybody where you're at, who you are, where you're from, all that good stuff. We'll start with average Bay Joy.
Tyler, I'm from New York. And I like stuff, you know? So let's get going.
Fantastic. This Abers.
Hey, I'm Abers. You can find me on X at Abers09. You can find me on Twitch at Abers Unleashed. And I'm just kind of here.
Fantastic. Mr. Nonflaw 420.
I'm Nonfon420 on Twitch and Kick, and Nonfon on YouTube. I'm a liberal streamer. Go check me out if you wanna.
Awesome. Thanks so much. I Cal. You're muted.
Sorry, yep, I was muted. Yeah, I'm a debate coach out of Texas. I'm on Twitter and Blue Sky. Same name.
All right. Thank you so much. Big Papa Root. Big Papa. We got a bunch of names. Too many words. Buck Banshee.
Hi, I'm Big Papa Buckaroo. You can find me on Twitter and Blue Sky and YouTube. And I like debating. I love being opinionated. So
Fantastic. Pentuple.
Hey, I'm Pentuple TV, self-declared head of MAGA headquarters, and I stream baseball and politics.
Fantastic. And Premier Katya.
Okay. I'm Premier Katya on both Twitter and Blue Sky. I don't stream, but I'll go on any panel people ask me to. So hey, what's up?
hell yeah.
Fantastic. We like it. We like a team player. And on that note, let's get started talking about the autopen controversy and whether it's a thing, whether it's not. If you don't know, the autopen controversy, basically, Biden's been other places when documents have been signed. Conservatives have said that it's questionable, and we're here to talk about why that is, or if it's anything, or if it's a nothing burger. Let's start with average debate enjoyer. What are your thoughts?
a little questionable. I can see why the eyebrows are raised. There's a little bit of smoke there, but generally at the end of the day, the accusations of fraud, the accusations of elderly abuse. We've had a long conversation about this over the week, so we're probably going to have to kind of like slowly rehash it for anyone watching, but I just don't think the accusations have the burden of proof on them, and I'm pretty sure previous rulings and overviews of autopen allow the president to sign documents like this. As long as Biden says he's on board with them, they're good to go.
I just want to issue a correction because this was done on the Tim Poolcast when we were there. AutoPen is not a digital signature. That is DigiSign. AutoPen is a physical machine that they have in the White House. Usually they use it whenever like they'll have a memo or something like Obama did. They'll send it to the White House and then they'll use the AutoPen there. Or like say they have like a lot of things like 200 pardons. You know, the president will usually sign the first one and then they'll have the AutoPen run through it. But there's controversy surrounding it because of his not being at that location. We don't.
Yeah. To basically finish it up, basically what I'm saying here is I just don't think that the government has the right to tell the president what color ink to use, if he wants to sign a dick as his name, if he wants to do it over here instead of the Oval Office, or if he wants to do it remotely. I just don't think they have the authority to command that because it's a constitutional duty.
All right. Thank you so much. Abbers.
Necessarily have a problem with the auto pin as much as I do the precedent that has been set previously. So like, for instance, Obama used autopen while he was on vacation, right? But Obama also issued like a written public memo stating his support for this thing whenever it was signed. So I think there's certain steps, and we just haven't seen anything yet. It doesn't mean it doesn't exist, but you know, if there's some type of memo or something where, you know, they said, oh, he specifically told them yes to sign these things, that would be great. But as of yet, we've yet to see anything like that.
Fantastic. Non-fun.
Yeah, from my understanding, it's fine for presidents to use autopen, and plenty of other presidents have done it before, and I don't think there's sufficient evidence to say that any of this shit was like actually like fraudulent or elder abuse. And by the way, if it was like a fraudulent signature or whatever, that's like already illegal, and like I'd be fine with investigating and prosecuting whoever for that, and that would probably make the pardons or whatever void. I think it's horrible that Trump is just saying that these pardons and executive orders are void despite not actually having any solid evidence for it.
Thank you. Now Rich.
Yeah, I for one would like to defend Trump from these accusations. You know, the fact that the Daily Mail found all these autopen signatures from his first term. I just think it was very unfair of the Daily Mail to make those kind of accusations, as if the fact that he didn't go through the same clarifications that Obama did. To be fair, Obama, that was the first use of the autopen, which is why he felt he needed to comment on it. I don't think it's fair to expect Trump to then have to do it in his first term during all of those things that he autopen signed. And, you know, it's just very unfair to Trump for these accusations to be coming down towards him.
Buckaroo Banshee.
Neither the Constitution nor any statute prescribes the method by which executive clemency shall be exercised or evidenced. That's from 1929. I think the autopen is fine. That's my take.
Fantastic. Thank you. Big Trouble.
So for me, this isn't about necessarily the autopen, but it's essentially a question of forgery. To me, the signature that the president has is what it represents is the president's consent and authority. This cannot be delegated. When the president signs something himself, that's self-authenticating. That can't be forged. But when you use autopen, you've separated it from that inherent intent that when the president has when he signs it. So to me, like Abby said, it's a very low bar. All we're asking, and this is an even lower bar than I think we should actually have. All I'm asking is for evidence that he was aware that his signature was being used for this. I actually think this the level of evidence we should want is that this was of his initiative and something he desired to do. It's still a problem even if he knows about it and we just went and told him he did it. The problem is that the autopen is not a delegation of the ability for the president to consent to something, which is required. That's what the signature represents. The autopen is just a way of accomplishing the physical task of signing it. That's not a way to get around or delegate the intent or the consent of the president. So all I'm asking for here, and Tyler said, you know, this doesn't get past the burden of proof. The burden of proof is one, I think both sides have stipulated that Joe Biden wasn't there mentally. They removed him from the general ticket. So we've got that. Second, the fact that the pardons were written in autopen suggests that there should be, even if it's verbal, some sort of authority or provided directive for the person who used the autopen to do that. That's all that we're asking for. So I think it's an interesting question. I think that the fact that the people defending Biden here are trying to just deflect the burden of proof shows that they don't have any good evidence on their side. Because the easiest thing to show would just be one meeting, one memo, one statement ever that he said he wanted to do this. I mean, and these pardons are unique pardons in that they are preemptive pardons. We don't even really know why these people needed pardons. So like, it's very likely that these people could have just gotten their pardons in. He had no idea. They told him, "What are you going to do about it? You're going to go blow the lid on this whole thing?" I don't think that's going to. I don't think that's a reasonable response. I don't think he's in a position to do that, especially if he's got mental capacity limitations. So to me, it's a question of forgery. It's not a question about the auto pen. I have no issues with the auto pen, but you can't delegate the consent of the president, and that's what I think is of concern here.
Thank you so much, Premier Katia.
So we talk about Obama as being the first to use the auto pin, but he was actually the first to use the auto pin to sign legislation, which was an extension of the Patriot Act, which sucks because the Patriot Act fucking sucks. But I digress. The actual first use of the auto pen was by Thomas Jefferson after it was patented in 1803. So we've clearly been using the auto pen for a hot minute. And in addition to that, the way that I see it is, we talk about like written stuff in addition to that, but we're talking about pardons here. Last year, the year before, it was ruled upon that for pardons, they didn't even need to be written down. Technically, they could be just expressed verbally to another individual, or they could just, the president could just declare, "Hey, this person's pardoned, I'm saying it out in the ether," and that would count. So I think, you know, as long as we can assure from him, yes, okay, I wanted that to happen. Awesome. Done deal. Like, everything else is fine and smooth sailing from there. And I think the burden of proof would be on others.
Thank you so much. Go ahead. Open it up. Yes, sir.
Something also tells me the president could call literally any news station in the world and be like, I didn't approve these signatures, and they would be like, "Holy shit!" And you know, we would find out about it instantly.
That's what I was just about to get to. Pentuple challenged me directly, so I got some fucking notes, buddy. So self-authenticating is implied in the auto pen, and if you call it into question, if there's some sort of dispute over the authentication of the president's signature, what do we have in procedure for that? We take it to the court. And who is the witness? Who is the person whose power is being usurped, whose signature is being taken? It's Joe Biden. Do you think Joe Biden's going to testify against his own party? I absolutely do not. I think Joe Biden's
but he's going to have to testify. He's going to have to testify to when he gave the directive or something. He's going to have to give some sort of answer about when this was approved, about when they discussed it, how he granted the authority. If he can't point to when or how he granted the authority, that is an issue, right? I mean, like,
that is something we talked
how does this end up in court? Do you think that there's any way for this to end up in court other than somebody who has one of these like questionable pardons getting charged with something, and then they challenge, like, their defense is that they have a pardon, and then that's how we address the issue? I haven't thought about it. I'm just asking this out loud.
I mean, if they actually had evidence of forgery, they could just indict the person who did it.
Yeah,
I'm just like, are they challenging the revocation of the pardons? So.
Well, I mean, maybe they could take it in front of the House or whatnot as well, just to investigate it, oversight, could take a look into it, just because it had the smoke warranted there. That all being said, though, if Biden's mental state was an issue, we have another process of dealing with that. It's the 25th Amendment. And yes, there was a cover-up. Yes, there was lies, but they didn't invoke the 25th, meaning Biden's power was still intact.
So, Tyler, you bring that up, and that's an interesting comment, because I've heard on multiple panels that from prominent people that are panelists that are, hey, you know what? We're okay with Biden being incapacitated, the people around him, because, you know, they're going to push what we want or whatever. And to the conservatives, that's terrifying, right? They're like, well, hold on. Y'all are saying that y'all didn't actually vote for the guy. Y'all voted for this nebulous group of people who are, what are they? What is the term they've been using for Elon? Unelected bureaucrats, right?
I was going to say, isn't that what gives Elon all the power in the first place?
Right. So y'all are sitting here bitching, about Elon, but y'all literally are saying at the same time, going, hey, we wanted all these unelected bureaucrats in there to run it for. I mean, isn't that like talking out of both sides of your mouth?
No, the difference is the intention behind it and policies
Biden were
behind it.
confirmed by Congress. The people who were around Biden were confirmed by Congress. Elon Musk was absolutely not. So that's a difference that people could make. I mean, I don't think that he was like incapacitated to that percent or that level, especially when he was elected back in 2020, that he was not able to perform any duties. I think that people do like way super up play his mental state on one side and like people downplay it on the other. I think we're somewhere in the middle of the road. I think that both sides right now are sensationalizing that.
Not fun. You were saying something?
Yeah, I think there's a difference in intention and different in policy. Like, obviously, you know, I can like some unelected bureaucrats and not like others. You know, I mostly like the policy of the Biden administration, so I'm fine with him having unelected bureaucrats that I like do certain things that they have expertise in, because I also don't want all the executive control to be vested in one person. I do want checks and balances within the executive branch. I want people with expertise making decisions about what they have expertise in. And there's also, this would spiral off, but I think there is a difference in intention in that. I think a lot of unelected bureaucrats in Biden's administration were like genuinely trying to do the right thing, and I just don't have faith that Elon is doing that.
I see.
So, but the executive clerk is the one who typically handles autopen signatures, and the executive clerk is an appointed position. It's not an elected position. So why would we have a problem with subpoenaing like the executive clerk and having her testify as to under what circumstances she was allowed to use the autopen? Who told her to use it?
A lot of conservatives I know are like, well, why hasn't the executive clerk or any of these other people like testified like to meet this minimum bar if there was nothing nefarious going on? Like, what's the argument there? Wouldn't it just take like, I don't even think that conservatives, at least on our side, would be like, oh, we need a ton of proof. It'd be like, okay, like for the pardons, if we had proof, like when Trump did the pardons, he came out the next day and goes, I pardoned all these motherfuckers, right? And he's like, you know, maybe he signed the first one, then autopen did the rest because there's, you know, 200 of them or however many there were, right? Like, I'd probably be okay with that if Biden said that, at least as a conservative. But like, would y'all be okay with that if someone was like, if they come out and said that to Temple or Abby?
Yeah, if someone testified at Congress and said, hey, look, this directive came to me verbally from Joe Biden himself. I spoke to him, and that's why I executed it. I think that would be enough. But they're not doing that.
I also, just to jump in, I wanted to respond to one of the chats, Toby and Kenobi, about like, you know, there's no mechanism to overturn a pardon once granted, or there's no restriction on the use of autopen. This isn't an issue of the autopen or about revoking a pardon. It's about suggesting that the pardons were never valid. It's basically arguing it's no different than if somebody just forged the president's signature. That's what we're talking about. The autopen issue is not really relevant.
This is an issue of revoking the pardons. Trump made it an issue.
No, it's a question. No, it's not. It's a question of whether they were valid in the first place.
When he wanted, when
it's not.
They're null and void.
He wants them to not be valid, and because
right, but that's the argument to suggest that this would set a precedent
for undoing it.
To suggest that this would be a precedent that can allow a president to revoke a pardon is not what we're talking about here. What we're talking about is we're questioning the validity of it. If the signature was forged, then these pardons are not valid. I don't think anybody would question that. If we had evidence that the signatures were forged,
by the way, if you have evidence of it, indict the person who did it, and then the pardons would be void.
That's the whole argument. That's the whole argument. And like I said, if your argument is that if you think your best argument is to shift the burden of proof back to me, that's not very good for your position. I mean, it would be very easy to show that Biden was just even aware. Like I said, the bar that we've set, the bar that Abby set, is very low. We just need to know that he was aware.
We do for some of them, depending on, I don't know what pardons you think are void, but there are pardons that
I don't think you know.
There are pardons the Heritage Foundation claimed were signed by autopen, which turned out to not even be signed by autopen. So we do, like, there are pardons that we have evidence that Trump.
So we're now finding out that there was that there was an assumption that the Federal Register is reflecting autopen signatures, because when you overlay one signature over another, they're an exact match, and that indicates that it's autopen. But the Federal Register actually doesn't show you the signature. What they show is a digital document that has a digital signature attached. So if you were to look at all of Donald Trump's ones too, they all match as well, because people have been assuming that that the Federal Register actually shows you the real signature for the real document, and that's actually not the case. So now we've got to go back and find the physical pieces of paper. And even if something's autopenned, there is a physical piece of paper, because again, it's not a digital like imprint. It's a literal pen.
Yeah.
Similar to the one that Thomas Jefferson used when he did the stereographed signatures that he did back in his lifetime. And so that's what you have to go back and look and see if there's actual, like, ink.
So, Rich,
on
I don't
the
think
page.
there's anybody disputing that. I guess, but once again, how does that take care of the problem that Pentemple's bringing up, which is the the idea that there's no paper trail, there's no witnesses saying he signed this. It's sus, even if it is the physical machine. It's not,
this is why I said that this
digitized
is
one.
unfair to Trump, right? Because just because Trump doesn't have a paper trail for every single auto pen he used in his first term, doesn't mean that we should be invalidating.
But Trump is claiming all the stuff he did. Like there's a difference. Like we don't have it. You don't.
But hold on. First, you have to be a paper
He
trail.
was on vacation.
You're just
I think
not
another
claiming.
piece of it, though, is that he
Did
was
Biden
on
not see-
vacation. That's why people are honing in on those specific pardons. I mean, I'm just giving you that perspective. A lot of people are honing in on those specific pardons because he was in the Virgin Islands, so they know he wasn't present. And we're not even saying like, hey, give us proof of that. It's like, hey, let's talk to the executive clerk and see who gave you permission to go and physically use the auto pin. Why did you execute that? Who gave you permission to execute that? Did it come from Joe Biden? Did it come from someone else? If it came from that person, subpoena that person. Who did it come from? Did it come from Joe Biden? That's what we're asking for. Even if Joe Biden was like tomorrow, like, hey, I knew about this. I authorized this. Like, I think.
Yeah,
that would
I'm
be
just
enough.
saying. I'm just saying we need to generalize the objection, right? So this is how you can solve a lot of these issues by taking the politics out of it, by simply saying, okay, let's go back and look at every single auto pen, like since the beginning of the 21st century use of the auto pen, which was with Obama, although I've heard some people tell me that Bush did it too. But and go back and ask for the paper trail for each one of those. Like, that's fine. I'm fine with that. So long as we apply it equally. That's all I'm saying.
When Obama was on vacation and used the auto pin on vacation, he did release a written public memo, and we're not even asking for written at this point in time, but he did release
None of that's required.
Out of
We're giving you the lowest bar. You have to know you're screwed.
Like, I think I agree. I agree, just because right now it seems really just like people being upset because it's something Biden did that you can like bitch about. Frankly, that's like what it seems like. So I feel like if we're not,
You guys scream about constitutional crisis left and right all the time. You don't think it's a crisis that somebody might have forged his signature on preemptive pardons?
Unanimously
we're not
Oh my God!
Hold on, let him.
for us to actually be a little more skeptical about it.
Let's let
You're not being skeptical at all. You're like, you have no proof. We have plenty of reason to believe that he didn't know about it. It would be like you have one clip of him on CNN, one memo.
Hold on.
Wait, give me why he didn't know about it.
Y'all put words in my mouth.
Yeah. If we had evidence of that, if we didn't have evidence of that.
We should assess.
All right, hold on 1 second. All right, let Buckaroo talk, and then we're gonna go to Tyler. Go ahead.
All I said is that I agree. We should assess all.
Don't you agree with me?
uses
Don't
of
you
the
fucking agree?
auto
I'm sorry.
pen. Shut the fuck up. Oh my God. All I said is that we should look at all uses of the auto pen if we are talking about a crisis of whether or not there's validity in the auto pen itself. We should look at all uses of the auto pen in the same way that if there's a constitutional crisis from Biden, then fucking look at it. I don't care. It's a constitutional crisis. I think it's fine to assess the validity of all of these different actions. But when you pick and choose whose presidential actions you actually have an issue with, it comes across.
We do have that. I think we have a paper trail.
It comes across much less.
I see what you're saying.
About the actual action and more about the president himself.
Okay. So first,
okay, I'll let you respond, but then I want to go to Tyler. Go ahead.
I don't think that it's an issue about the auto pen, but I do get your point that why are we challenging this use of the auto pen and not applying this to others? But with Obama and with Trump, we do have a paper trail of the authority being granted for the specific uses of the auto pen, as far as I'm aware. If we find other uses, that would also be in question. You can't use the auto pen without having some sort of authority or otherwise indicate the consent of the president to use his signature. When he signs it himself, that's inherent. You don't need any sort of additional indication of consent. The question is, when you use the auto pen, if you don't have that attached consent, the question's open. So you have to have something, anything that shows that he wanted this to happen, that he initiated it.
I agree that you've made an argument there isn't obvious consent. I'm not even like pushing against that because you have to be able to, if you're signing it with your hand, obviously you're consented to do it. If there's a machine doing it, obviously there could be something else going on. I was even thinking what are ways we could make sure that it's obvious this was approved by the president himself? I understand.
Well, it should be a requirement. There should be a logical requirement. I would argue there is. I would argue that there inherently is a requirement.
I think that's fine.
Let's go to Tyler here, but I want to say one thing before we go to Tyler, and then it's real simple. Like one thing also into this, right, is the president's the most watched person on earth. Like, we have like audio logs for like almost everything, right? Like, why can't they just go into the Biden Presidential Library Fund and like go in there and break out some of these archived tapes of him issuing these autopen orders? I'm sure somebody somewhere could do this, and like nobody's offered to even do that, and that's kind of suspicious to me. But let's go to Tyler.
I can answer your question real quick for you first, because he doesn't have to. Why doesn't Trump go ahead and provide a list of every single immigrant that was on those 5 planes that got deported, instead of an overall manifest of just why they were on the plane, visa revoked or whatever? But he didn't have to, so he didn't do it. You know, like, why didn't Biden or Trump go answer Mueller's questions directly instead of provide him a written statement? Because he didn't fucking have to. So, like, you're asking him to go way above and beyond just to alleviate your concerns. And that kind of goes into my first point, where I wanted to talk to Pentuple about the fishing expedition point here. How are you not Fannie Willis in this situation? Because there's no victim here. Nobody's claiming to be a victim. What this is a third-party allegation saying that
got a lot of
Biden
agree. I don't
was
know
the
if he is a
victim of
practicing
forgery,
attorney,
but he's
but
not
he
even
got a lot of
saying
agree
that.
from
What do
like
you mean there's no victim?
online
You're
university
suggesting that there's
something.
nothing questionable about the potential that people went in, penned their own pardons, had that signed without the knowledge of the president?
I
Like,
don't
what do
think
you mean?
that
Like,
what you're
I
saying
don't think
is
there's any evidence
proven.
of that.
I think what you're
No,
saying
I'm
is a
I'm not
narrative.
asking whether there's evidence of it. I'm saying if there was evidence of it, wouldn't that clearly be something we'd have issue with? Like, we would all agree with that, right? If we know for a fact, hypothetically. Okay, sure.
Hold on.
I open saying we should, if we
Fucking
have evidence,
ridiculous.
indict the person who did it. Indict the people who did it.
What the moon is made of?
Planet is made of pudding.
I'm gonna mute people.
It is not that ridiculous. You're trying to dismiss it as a crazy premise. If this
Crazy premise unless you provide evidence. It is.
Okay. No, nobody don't do it. I'm ready. Okay. Tyler, go ahead. Finish your thing.
Yeah, so that was the first point, is there's no victim in this certain particular case. So in a way, it's similar aligning to Fannie Willis in that predicament. And so, like, I don't see any legal mandate for Biden to have to show he endorsed these pardons. And I think it's already granted in his pardon power that he endorsed these pardons. And unless we have some reason to go and suspect otherwise, besides just guessing his mental state, which a lot of what you're saying is speculation. If there were proof, absolutely. Let's have oversight look over it. A compromise would be have the House Oversight Committee look over the whole situation and make sure it's all above board. Is that a good compromise?
Why are you acting like there wouldn't be an issue if people got pardons without the president consenting to it?
No one disagrees with that point,
People would be the victim in that case. If there was
Just because it's not like a monetary crime?
He's innocent until proven guilty is the point. Innocent until proven guilty is the point.
Right.
Okay, we're gonna go to Buckaroo, then non-fighter, because I saw that there's hands up. All right, so go ahead, Buckaroo. Go ahead.
It just seems like right now these are like hypotheticals we're pulling out of our ass and saying, well, this could have happened. Like, bro, aliens could have come to the planet in the dark of the night and replaced our president with one of their own. Like, yeah, maybe that did happen. We should worry about the constitutionality of an alien president. Like,
It was scrolls.
obviously, there are things that could have hypothetically happened that I would take issue with. But if there is no reason for us to assume that any of these things happened, nobody's coming out and complaining about it. Nobody has even a lick of evidence that any of this has occurred. It does sound like this is just shit you're pulling out of your ass.
No, you're right. Look,
I mean, yeah.
Wait.
While you're on vacation
Wait.
to release
Hold
a
on,
memo.
All right, non-fighter. Go ahead.
I was gonna say
know
something
you
like
wanna
pretty
respond to
similar.
what he says too.
I'm just saying, like, I don't think anyone disagrees with you, Pentuple, that if these signatures were forged, that would be a problem. And that is already illegal, by the way, and they should be indicted and prosecuted. Like, I don't think anyone disagrees with you there, buddy. I don't know why you keep saying
Wait, well,
you
hold
don't
on.
think
I want to object to that because I've been told, like, by people, like, okay, I'll use this example. Wick, for example, has told me. He goes, I voted for Biden, and I'm okay if he was mentally incapacitated with the people around him making those. Now, that is fucking terrifying to me as a conservative, and that's terrifying. We should have, if Reagan, for example, had Alzheimer's. I don't like the idea of wifey Reagan going and making decisions. I don't like the idea. I know I was going to be like, this happened, because it did happen. It's fucking terrifying. Yeah, and it's awful.
But it wasn't just that. It was that this argument that Wick is making, he stole from the Republicans, because that was the argument. You guys, you whippersnappers are too young for this. But it was Republicans throughout the 80s and even through the 90s, in retrospect, trying to say, yeah, but he was surrounded by good people.
Well,
and therefore
I'm saying
I was
they was
willing to vote for
wrong.
Reagan.
listen, I'm not of that generation, so them fuckers were wrong. And I'm saying Republicans now are calling this out. And like I'm saying, if it was happening now with Trump, like at least I feel with Trump, the guy goes and brags about everything, right? So we know that he's behind whatever scheme, whether you think it's cockeyed or it's good, we know it came from his head, right? So like, do you not see the problem?
I mean, I explained a little bit earlier, but I mean, one, there are things
He says 2025 was not.
There are things bureaucrats are entitled to do, and things bureaucrats aren't entitled to do. Obviously, I would have an issue with a bureaucrat unelected signing a pardon, which is not within their authority to do at all. And I wouldn't necessarily have an issue with a bureaucrat, doing something that is within their authority, especially if I'm okay with that policy, which I am mostly okay with Biden's policy.
I mean, listen, we can also say, look, let's meet in 6 months and find out what happened, because we have a government where the DOJ is like, a Trump loyalist is running the place. The majority of the Supreme Court was put there by the GOP, like 6 out of 9 even. Like the system is set up to where if in 6 months nothing came of this, then it won't be because of some like left-wing conspiracy. It'll be because conservative courts with a conservative DOJ and a conservative apparatus couldn't find anything.
I can agree.
So
that
we can
would be
wait.
the
We
case.
can say we'll just wait.
I can agree that if they can find something, it'll be prosecuted. I can give you that. And if they can't find anything, it won't be prosecuted. That's just common sense. That's just
actually, if they can't find anything, it might be prosecuted anyway. But yeah.
So I have another point though. Would you say, okay, so say hypothetically we had a high up senator or like the Speaker of the House or something like that had a conversation with Biden about a specific bill, and he couldn't remember even signing it. He was like, that's not what I signed. I don't think I signed that. That's not it. Wouldn't that at least be grounds to say, okay, let's at least look into it? Can we all at least agree to that?
No one's saying don't look into it. I think everyone agrees look into it.
We all agree Biden wasn't there, right? He wasn't 100% there at the very least. He wasn't 100%.
It's kind of proven at this
there
point.
at the very least.
Well, I'm not going to say that he wasn't there because of that. Like, I think that because of that, like, I think the whole thing that Michael Johnson said is a bit like, okay, yeah, he didn't remember signing the exact bill. Okay, yeah, look into it. You can look into it, but I don't think that it's completely beyond the pale that somebody, even Biden, or especially Biden, would not remember the specifics of something that they signed, considering that their lives are so busy. I forget things I did at work a day or two ago sometimes. And my boss goes, hey, did you do that? I'm like, shit, I have to look through my email. And I don't have Alzheimer's. So if you, given his age, okay, and he's he's definitely a little bit diminished, right? That doesn't mean that he's incapacitated.
I get it, but I think it's more of the context, and he was adamant that it was something entirely different, right? He was adamant that like, no, that's not what it does. It's only looking into it. It's only researching it. And they're like, no, it stopped it. And he's like, no, and it was that was the conversation. It was a convincing of, no, this is what you signed. And he thought he signed something looking into it, researching it, not actually doing what it did, which shows at the very least he was misinformed. So maybe we should look into who was misinforming our president.
I want to ask a different question too, and we can explore that. But what about like, okay, so let's just say in this a crazy hypothetical scenario, y'all brought up the situation of just wait, right? I have the concern because we've already started talking about lawfare. Say that
I think Biden was
conservative people think that they're
more right about that
whoever
executive
in
order
Trump's
than Mike Johnson was, by the way.
hey,
But I
we
don't know
have
for
enough
sure, so.
evidence to push charges on people for fraud or elderly or whatever they want to defraud the American public, whatever they can come up with, right? Is somebody going to go, oh, hey, like I feel like somebody's going to do this surely, but like I feel like is the left at all going to accept the results of that, or even as a trial, or are they just going to throw their arms up and yell witch hunt? Like, because I feel like that's almost guaranteed to happen at this point. They're just not going to accept the results.
The courts are the courts. So if they do find something, I think it should be prosecuted. And I still believe, even though we have 6 out of the 9 parts of the Supreme Court justice are conservatives, the fact is conservatives have run the Supreme Court since Nixon. So I think we still need to accept what comes down from the courts. So yeah, I think the worst thing that Democrats could do at this point would be to not accept a court ruling. Or put it this way, if we ever get to a point where we can't accept our court rulings, then the American experiment's over. Like we're back to having to have another revolution if that were the case.
I agree with that.
So Gibbs, let me jump in on your question as well. So Joe Biden or any president that's mentally incapacitated and we don't actually use the 25th Amendment to remove them from power, I think that's closer to a constitutional crisis, in my opinion anyways, than the president ignoring a temporary restraining order from a district judge. I really think that, like, the president's authority, the entire executive branch's authority, stems from him. Everyone else is his subordinate. They should not have control over the say. That is a big issue that people were really thrown under the rug. It was a big issue for Reagan, Kennedy, who was the FDR, and multiple others. I'm with you on that, but at the end of the day, I don't think anyone has the authority. One of them is the pardon power, and I don't think anyone has the right to say how he can sign it unless there's clear evidence of forgery.
Yeah, or we invoke the 25th Amendment, which that's something that had to be addressed back there. So right now we have a situation where people are saying, oh, he's incapacitated, he was a vegetable, he's this, he didn't even know what he was signing. Back there, it's like, yeah, I understand, but like, you had to address that back then if this was such a huge deal. And if you didn't address it back then, like he has the power until you take it away.
Screaming about it then.
Well, yeah,
What do you point? Everyone around him was protecting him, and that's the whole point. That's the point. There's a cover up involved in it, so that's why that makes this a unique circumstance. I would say this would be a unique circumstance. And just for a fun fact, the auto pin was used heavily, apparently, in Watergate. That was just something I found when I was doing a little bit of research, so we could talk about how it can be abused. It has been known to be abused. So it's not unprecedented for us to say, hey, maybe this is a case of abuse, and we should look into it.
Was the auto pen abused or used for bad, or was it just used for a purpose that was underlying bad? Like if he signed it instead of using the auto pen, would it still be, for a negative purpose back then during Watergate? Because if that's the case, then whether or not it's an auto pen doesn't really matter at all.
I want to examine the other thing you brought up. Hold on, with the point and that it had to be brought up back then. Why do you think that is the case? That it has to be brought up back then? Like, wouldn't it? If you're okay, right? So it's almost like we're arguing about like investigating yourself, right? Whenever Exxon has an oil spill and they go to investigate themselves. So like you're saying, that the Attorney General should have been investigating Biden's cognizency and his ability to do these things while he was also working for Biden. Does anybody actually expect that to be working? Isn't that why like Trump's going in there and doing this? Isn't that the argument? Wasn't that the same thing that the Biden did when Trump got out of office? Like I don't know how you can argue, well, it had to be done then. Like that doesn't seem remotely the same.
Did, because basically, I mean, given that the pardon power is given to the president under the Constitution, right? And they have the power as long as they are in office and they have the power of the presidency. Now, there's a way to get rid of their power of the presidency if they are incapacitated, and that's through the 25th Amendment. And unless their power is stricken from them via the 25th Amendment, they still have it according to the Constitution, right? Like we can't. It's like we can't put people in jail until they go through or in prison until they go through a trial or they plead guilty. Like we have to go through those steps before we get to that point, right? And we can't go back in time if they were not, removed of duty ahead of that. You know what I'm saying? Because it is the president's duty according to the Constitution to do pardons, or not duty, is his ability.
You agree with that, Temple, as attorney here?
Right. Yeah. The president. I didn't challenge the pardons. I always thought the pardons were good, but
no. she's arguing. I was asking her why she's talking
I was
about
deafened. I'm sorry.
Yeah, I know. I'm bastard over here.
You caught me. You said read the next page.
I love
of the
how
book.
he gives you an answer anyway.
The teacher told me to read the next word.
We're gonna press these bastards if you go on my channel, mute yourself. I'm gonna get your ass. All right. Listen, that's how it works. No, so we're asking. I'm asking
to get in the call. By the way.
Okay, I'll move him in. So I'm asking why. Like basically, it matters that it was not prosecuted then versus it prosecuted now. And Conti is arguing that it should have been prosecuted then versus now, and I kind of think.
What do you mean then?
I can throw it
like immediately.
Biden had to be stricken of his powers by the 25th Amendment before the pardons for them to take effect.
What?
Who was hypothetically not safe for office or
This
not
isn't-
fit.
Think of it this way: when you're firing somebody from your business, you have to like write them up a few times so you can have a record on the record of them fucking up.
This argument makes sense if you're trying to challenge whether Biden's actual signature is valid. But we're talking about whether he even actually signed it. You're suggesting like that we're arguing even if Biden signed it or like signed off on approving the auto pen that we would still be challenging it. But that's what I'm saying. We weren't challenging it until we had this idea that what if Biden didn't know about this? What if people literally pulled a fast one? And that's an open question.
I was arguing
you're going to go along with it.
I was arguing against a point that people have made, some like at least one of whom is here, that Biden, because he quote unquote was at a diminished state, or I remember one thing being said in the chat of a vegetable. That because of that, even if he did authorize it, that would not be kosher. And I said that's out the window because we would have had to address it with 25th Amendment back there before it could be considered.
I don't know that that's true. I mean, that's a claim to make that I'd challenge you to support. You might be right. You might be lucky, but I don't know about that. But I do think the point we're talking about here with the auto pen is not about the auto pen itself. We're talking about, like I said, I think the biggest point to hammer here, especially from our perspective, is that we're not challenging the auto pen. We're challenging what is essentially forgery. So like, if we're right and Biden wasn't even aware that these were happening, somebody forged the president's signature. That doesn't say we're revoking these pardons. It means they were never valid in the first place. That's an important distinction.
You would have to prove that he wasn't.
You're right. We would have to prove it, and that burden of proof is accomplished because when you have in court, you have self-authenticating evidence like signatures. When your signature, you signed it, that's self-authenticating. An auto pen can be challenged. That puts the burden of proof back on the person who has the auto pen. So now the investigation is whether you have evidence that this person had authority to use the auto pen. That's what the court's going to do. That's why I'm saying if you guys can't provide any evidence of that, and you think the best argument legally is to just shift the burden of proof back to us, you're not in good shape. Like, if we're in a mock trial, I'd be asking the professor for this side.
It's about validating fishing expeditions.
No, it's not. No, because what you're saying about the 25th Amendment thing, this diminished capacity thing that we've said the Democrats have conceded to by removing him from, the only reason that's relevant is because it does suggest that it's possible he was unaware. It's just more evidence in favor of our argument that we could put to a jury. And if you set defer a jury down and you're going to go up to them and say, oh, they have no evidence that Joe Biden didn't know. Good luck.
All right, no,
good luck, dude.
But that means
that's what people do in court all the time.
Yeah, good luck. If your best argument is hey, they don't have any proof he didn't know, we're not going to provide a single piece of evidence that shows that he knew, but we're just going to say they can't prove he didn't know. Good luck with that argument, genuinely. Good luck.
If you go on a position and you say jump, we're supposed to jump. Just because, like you say, oh, you need to provide proof of this, you need to provide proof of that. The problem is,
if the court asks you for the burden of proof, then yes, you better provide something better than just dismissing the burden of proof.
Okay.
Wait, what court asked for this? In like,
we're going in a hypothetical. How this is.
Okay, sorry. Okay, I count. You're gonna go down.
Okay.
You're fired up. I like it. I like it. Yeah. Very fired up.
No, that's good. Everyone's passionate. No, but I see. This is what I'm. So what Pentuple said is very helpful. I think he's right, and I think that means he agrees with me that if in 6 months or a year, whenever this thing is over, if nothing has been done, there's no prosecutions or any prosecutions have failed or whatever, and the courts have ruled against it. If any of those things happen, then we'll know. This would be a knowable thing. This isn't something that we could disagree on on into forever.
Prosecutions of
we have a conservative DOJ, we have a conservative court system, we have all of that. So if what Pentopoulos is saying is right, that just saying the burden of proof shifts won't work in the courts. If he's right that that's the case, then we will have these things reversed in the future. That's a knowable thing. I think it's rare in these debate panels when we have a prediction such as Pentopoulos made that's falsifiable, that we can come back in 6 months to a year and say, he was definitely wrong about this thing because this didn't happen. But this is one of those instances where I think he's offering us some falsifiability, which I think will be useful eventually.
Let me throw this out here.
When you say prosecutions, just to get some clarity on that?
Sure.
Sorry,
I
just want to get clarification. When you say prosecution, are you talking about if we don't prosecute anybody for the forgery, or if we're saying the people that got pardons get prosecuted and we don't deal with it there or whatever? Because I'm definitely right if we end up prosecuting someone.
I think Amber's was right when she said I think Amber's was right when she said if there's something there, it will definitely be prosecuted.
You're right. I mean, it's very possible nothing happens, and this is all stuff. Biden's team right now, I'm sure, is searching for some sort of evidence that he was aware, initiated, or had a memo, or something like that.
Their arguments for sure.
Right, but also it just seems like one's got a way stronger argument based on the evidence that's out there right now.
My larger argument is that we should take whatever it is that we decide to do and make this a precedent going forward, so that it applies to all presidents.
I agree. I think that the auto pen inherently requires additional authority to be used, and I think that that's inherent. I think if we have to establish that in the same way that the Democrats felt we had to establish the whole symbolicism of January 6th signing, then we have to do that. But it should already be something that we've already understand is required with the auto pen.
Right?
I want to move this.
The point is that the auto pen is
always needed to be required, but now in modern day and age may need to be required. Right? It may not have always been historically necessary, as people couldn't travel as often, but it may be necessary now, and we should use this as a precedent if it goes forward.
To have a signature for a pardon?
Let me
just when the auto pen is used, you have to have an authority with it.
I want to stop. I want to move this a little bit. Let me just move this a little bit because we've got 13 minutes on this topic. Then let's switch to the other topic. Now that Ali is here, Ali, are you here? All right. Well, he'll be here. Okay. Anyway, so I'll move this a little bit. Let's just say worst case scenario, right? It ends up the Republicans are right. They decide they're going to go take it to trial, and there's charges pressed. People are charged. People are convicted. Let's just say, what does that mean? What are the ramifications for this other than convictions for people? Does this mean legally that the pardons are valid? Does this mean all the executive acts are undone? How much of the Biden administration is undone by this, and what does that look like for America legally? What are we thinking? What are our thoughts on that?
Well, voiding executive order would be probably no different than him just revoking it himself. I mean, in practice, the pardons are a little different because since these were preemptive pardons, now the question is whether they can be investigated. Say they open an investigation into Adam Schiff, does that get shut down immediately? Those are the kind of questions, I guess, that they can challenge with the whole pardon thing. But ultimately, I think the question will probably arise after a prosecution begins for one of these people who are supposedly pardons, and then they will argue that they have a valid pardon, and that will become that could go all the way up to the Supreme Court, I guess. But I also, at the same time, do think that the legal argument is very strong that an auto pen is not self-authenticating in the same way that a signature is, and it requires some sort of additional authority for someone to use the president's auto pen. When you're granted the auto pen, it's not like the authority comes with that pen. You can use it for whatever you deem necessary. The president can't say the chief of staff has the auto pen. He can do whatever I'm granting him the right to do it. You are granting very specific approvals to use the pen for your physical signature, because the president's signature means nothing if it doesn't mean literally the consent of the president, right? Not the chief of staff, nobody else, the president. It's the president.
Well, I guess what I'm asking is, though, because I get that the pardons are one of the big ones, right? I guess that invalidates them. I guess that would open them up to prosecution. That would be legal theory. My bigger question, I guess, is because some of the executive orders have been alleged to be auto pen. Are we undoing massive acts of executive orders?
I would imagine most of those have already been undone by Trump.
We've already been able to do it. Why would have you just already done it?
On day one, he was probably like, bye.
He did.
On day one.
I've been reading through them. He revoked hundreds of executive orders.
Yeah. I'm pretty sure he said he was going to do that. I'm getting rid of all of them from day one. So presidents revoke each other's executive orders all the time. Every new administration does.
Can I jump in? I think we're getting a little.
Okay.
I think I'm really trying to make this argument the whole night. I think we're getting a little ahead of ourselves here. So What you keep arguing is the burden of proof is on us. In a sense, you're right. Where it's not self-authenticating in itself, there is some argument there, but we also have the president, who we can just ask, or his staffers, or witnesses, or other people.
Let's do it.
Yeah, let's do.
Yeah, that's the point we've been making, Tyler.
There are, by the way, the person who came forward to the
want.
New York Post and said that that he took unilateral.
You're explaining
action.
how you're going to meet the burden of proof. Yes.
There were other staffers who refuted that claim. So
no, we don't. We would say it was autopen. Was it autopen? Was it the president's wedding signature? Or was it autopen? If it was autopen,
are you asking?
Then now you need to provide authority that granted the use for that autopen. That's the whole.
So what I'm saying
let me make a point. Please let me.
Well, technically, yes. Yes, you're right. Yes.
Let me make a fucking sentence.
You can make a sentence, and then I want to have Ali come in here and introduce himself since he was late. But go ahead, Tyler.
Yeah, man, you guys are yelling over me tonight. So I'm looking at the rules. The rules that were made. First, we have an OLC legal opinion from 2005, George Bush, saying that the president is fine to make these signatures without a paper trail. That's perfectly fine. All he has to do is verbally approve it. So there's no requirement for Biden to keep a paper trail in the first place.
We set the bar low enough.
That's the only thing I can find on it.
That's actually not true because there is
I'm gonna beat the fuck out of you, Tyler.
There is a paper trail left, and it's the transcriptions of the audio logs of the Oval Office and all the other places the president's at. So there is transcribed physical paper copies that people can look up for this kind of thing. So even your argument there is out the window.
We didn't even
let's go
ask
to I know we didn't even answer that. Let's go to sociologic here. Real quick. I was real unbiased moderating what I just did there. That's what we do. Real fair, biased moderating. Like anyway, well, at least we admit when we're on that. At least we admit when we're on that bullshit here. Go ahead, sociologist. Tell us who you are, what you do. Give us your autopen thoughts, real fast, since we're about to switch topics.
Ooh, all right. I go by Sociologic, 2 L's. I join people's streams and yell at them, and then they yell at me, and we call each other idiots. It's pretty fun. Autopen, real quick. I mean, personally, I didn't know we could auto sign things at all. I don't think any president should have auto sign at all. I don't know if that was a point that was brought up, but if we do, yeah, you should be able to check if the person authorized that autopen usage. That's my input so far. Yeah, that's my input so far.
Yeah, let's talk about that. That's a good thing. He brings up a good point. Should we allow autopen at all? Who thinks we should?
Sorry, I like the Constitution.
What was the question?
Maybe I'm pro Constitution.
Tyler's in character tonight.
The Constitution.
I'm gonna beat the fucking shit out of Tyler.
Yeah,
how do I tame
Grand old Constitution, just American Sharia, baby. Woo!
What was the question just now, Gibbs?
Should we use
who is in favor of autopen being used at all? Not legally, just are we fans of it as a...
Oh, I think autopen's fine. I have no issues with autopen.
Nah,
so nobody's really...
Ali cooked as soon as he got here. He nailed the point. It's literally just, did you have authority to use it? It's about forgery. This isn't about the process of the autopen, using the automatic signature.
Once free, the delay will begin.
But you're not going to trust the authority because it's... But here's the thing. We're not going to trust the authority right now because it's Biden, and everyone was like, well, was he even mentally coherent enough? They could just convince him to be mentally coherent enough right now.
But here's the thing. We have such a great argument when you guys removed him in the general election. You guys conceded that. You guys conceded that so strongly.
Amendment.
Well, who's you guys?
25th Amendment.
You didn't 25th Amendment him, but you might as well have, as far as the nomination was concerned. You did. In spirit, you 25th that motherfucker. Let's get real.
What is an election?
Moving on.
What is an election?
What is an election? Something you want to win that has to do with popularity, right? And it has to do with how people think that a person's fit to lead for the next
year. How do you typically... All right, let me ask you petty questions. How do you typically get a general election candidacy? Do you typically have to win the primaries? Typically, right?
Well,
how does that usually work? Yeah, how does that usually work, Katya?
Okay, hold on. All right, we're not doing this. We're not doing this debate.
It's 50-50. Bernie didn't get either, right? The Democrats don't really care about who wins a primary.
Let's move on.
Trump didn't win primaries in the 20s either.
Damn it. All right, I'm going to mute everybody. All right. Damn, y'all are real fired up today. Okay. So we're moving on. Now that we got everybody, let's move on to the next one because it seems like we're circling the drain a little bit now. I think everybody's kind of talked out this one. and we've gone down some rabbit holes. So let's talk about why only working 40 hours a week makes you a lazy piece of shit. Just to start us off, sociologic, why don't you go ahead and give us the perspective?
Yeah. All right. Okay. So I've worked many jobs. Okay. I've tried. I ask and go, hey, can I work more hours? And they go, yeah, we don't really do the overtime thing. So, all right, so you're giving 40 hours a week here, and then you go somewhere else and you want them to apply. Well, the times that they want you to work kind of conflict with the times that you're working already at the other place, right? And then it's a ridiculous statement that people are lazy. And then on top of that, listen, I've submitted at least 150 applications this week, over the course of 2 weeks, 150 applications. When fucking Instacart and Amazon delivery jobs are denying people for a lack of experience, there's just too many ghost jobs out there. Like, there isn't even enough jobs for these people to work more than 60 hours a week or 40 hours a week. So, I mean, once jobs start giving more hours, let people work them. I'm sure there's a lot of people who would love to work overtime. They ain't getting it, though.
All right, let's go to Premier Katya.
I'm going to say that if you work 40 hours, that should be good enough to, generally, be considered you worked enough. With advancements in productivity, I'd argue for certain jobs, 32 hours could be sufficient. I mean, I'm not answering for myself personally, because I am, partially disabled and I've been since I was 16. So I'm going to say it's up to you. Some people want to work more. Some people want to get the money. Some people have the time in their schedule. Good for them. They should be able to if they're in a situation where they can't. A lot of jobs don't even allow you to. But I think that how much somebody works should be totally up to them and their lifestyle and what they're able to afford. I think people should be responsible with money more than they are now, but that's just me.
All right. Thank you so much. Buckaroo.
I agree with Katya on the work aspect of it. I also think there are some jobs that are going to be a lot easier to work for, 40, 50, 60 hours a week than others. I used to load trucks at UPS. If I had to be there 40 hours a week, every day of the year, I would have fucking died. I think it would have been the worst. I remember when we were doing our long shifts over peak season, that shit is grueling. There are a lot of jobs that are just so extremely physically demanding. And, that's a part of why they are part-time jobs. So, I think you should be able to survive on 40 hours a week. I don't think everybody's lazy just because they don't want to work more. And different jobs have different labor.
All right. Thank you so much. Rich.
And I'll be right back.
Yeah, let me, sorry, I was doing something else. My initial thought on this is that if we're going to apply this to one group of people, we should apply it to all groups of people. And there are plenty of people, the Paris Hiltons of the world, for instance, who definitely aren't being held to the work 60 hours a week standard, whether you want to or not. Now, if what we're saying is that she also doesn't deserve her fabulous riches because she hasn't done anything to earn it,
Thanks,
then
Andrew,
maybe we
almost for
can
the sub.
rework
I really
how the
appreciate
tax
it.
system works
Welcome
at
to the
those levels.
stream. Hell yeah.
Not fun.
Yeah, I don't think I would consider someone working 40 hours a week necessarily lazy. It might not show. I mean, I don't think you're the most ambitious person ever, but I think that's fine. I think it's up to the individual how much they should work, and I also think involuntary unemployment is clearly a thing that exists, and it's not always possible for people to get jobs or get overtime when they have jobs.
Thank you so much, Abby.
Yeah, I think we're actually all pretty much in agreement here. I think how many hours you work should be up to you. I wouldn't say 40 hours is lazy per se. I personally choose to work more than that, but that's a personal choice to sustain my lifestyle and what I've chosen, and I think everyone's responsible for their own choices. So if you want to work more than 40, work more than 40, go get your bag. And if you don't, you don't. I also don't think society should be required to pay for you, though, if your lifestyle can't, if you're living a lifestyle not supported by your work ethic.
All right, Tyler.
All right. So again, I think generally we're all in compliance that there is a section of people that don't work 40 plus hours that are doing so for good things like investment in their future and education and things like that. I don't think we're talking about those people here. We all get that they exist, so let's just remove them from the equation. I also want to say that the current average work time of somebody is 34.3 hours in the United States. So we're not really overworked here. I don't want you guys to think just because I'm giving all these caveats that I like poor people. I think that poor people are disgusting, and after the age of 35, you should be cut off of all social programs because you're no longer a young person that lacks skills just getting into the job market and blah, blah, blah. You're a waste of goddamn space. Also burn the homeless.
All right. Yeah. So interesting. So y'all all agree. Is that what y'all are saying? All. Here, what did you say?
I'll side with Tyler. Cover Jesus.
Y'all skip me. Yeah,
that's for last. That's for last.
All right. So I disagree with Gibbs. I don't think you're a lazy piece of shit if you work 40 hours, but I also think you shouldn't expect that you're going to get ahead of the rest of the pack at 40 hours. But I will say, I think 40 hours is a good, safe amount of, like a respectable amount of time to work. The rest of your time, you get to decide whether you want to pursue like more income jobs or art, passions, other things. I have no problem with that. I think a lot of people who work 40 hours, hey, shout out to Big Papa. I used to pack the boxes at Costco, so let's go.
There we go.
Yeah, so like, I mean, it's all depends on the job and stuff like that. But I will say, like, generally, if you're working 40 hours a week and you think you're going to get ahead of the rest of the pack, you're definitely not. So like, whether you're lazy or not gives, from the perspective of somebody who's putting in 60 hours a week and getting that much farther ahead than the rest, for sure. But at the same time, you're sacrificing your time to chase, you know, more passion pursuits, I guess, or things that aren't income driven. But that's what everyone's got the right to do. I kind of agree with Katya. I think 40 hours of work is a general, like, ideal. It's ideal that is enough for a person to survive so that they can live the rest of their time how they want. It's not something I think you can like legislate and require, but generally, like, that's a goal, a target for us. Like, if you're working 40 hours, I actually would argue, generally speaking, I think even 40 hours at minimum wage, local minimum wage, all right, is generally like you can survive. You know what I mean? So like,
fantastic. So
I mean, it depends where you are, but
it's tough.
That's what I would say.
Oh, good. So I thought this might happen. So I actually came prepared today to have the 1v8, and I think I'm pretty quickly going to have permanent conservatives on my side. And I brought my friend here. This is
that a whiteboard?
Thing. This is a whiteboard. And
screenshot the motherfucker.
Yeah, I know. Yeah, put it in here. We're gonna put some good stuff in here. Y'all can treat me like the Democrats at the thing. But what the reason why we have this whiteboard is because Professor Gibbs is here to teach y'all about microeconomics. And I'm really excited to do this today. All right, so what is the average American making right now? About 14 an hour? Well, fuck that. We're going to go less than that. And we're going to say they're making about 12 an hour. Cool. All right, I don't know if you can see this. Doesn't matter. Well, you're going to see it. All right, cool. Now, we're going to times this by 60. All right, what does that equal? Well, don't worry, folks. I'm going to tell you. It's right here. It equals 720. All right? Cool. You don't see this so far? Well, we understand. All right, 720 a week, that's you say. Well, as a single man, $720.
Take out the taxes.
No, he's not
don't worry.
We're
going to get the taxes in a minute. Don't you fucking worry about that. All right. Then, let's just
take usually Democrat states paying high minimum wages.
Yeah, listen, let's just go here. And well, Texas is doing $14 an hour at McDonald's, so I don't want to hear about all these things. So let's just take this and times this by 52. All right? Cool. All right, y'all see this? Okay, cool. So we're going to go backwards this way this time. All right. What do you think that 52 times 720 is? Oh, don't worry. You don't have to do the math. I already did it for you. It's 37,440. All right. Now, as a single man living 37,000, that's 37,500 basically that you're getting every year as a single man. That's not exactly
before taxes.
How does salary fit into that?
Great. Thank you. We're going to get back.
Wait. You get way more benefits if you make this much, by the way. You make way more than you make more. You're not a net taxpayer.
Hold on. How does that work?
Hold on. Once again, we're going to get to all that. Don't you worry. I have answers for all your goddamn questions. We're going to learn you all about y'all being lazy bastards today. So here's the thing. This 40, the reason why I'm doing it at $12 an hour means you have two $12 an hour jobs. You're working at Mickey D's. You're working at Burger King. And just like all the illegal aliens I know. So I know that y'all aren't too uppity to say you're better
Not
than
when you sign an NDA.
No,
you can't work.
No. I don't want to hear about how y'all better than the
competes, baby.
All right? So listen, unless y'all are pro-slave area, we're going to have to talk about $12 an hour. All right, cool. So we got these people, and y'all keep bitching about taxes. Well, you know what? I agree with it. If I work 60 hours a week only to make $37,500, I'd be real fucking pissed when the old tax man came around and he wanted to take my tax dollars and give it to Bob Saget over here. Hey, this is Bob. He's living in this nice house right here. Cool. That's his house. And he's smoking meth.
So how do you feel about the Trump tax cut?
It's Mahmoud and Ahmad getting the house. It's not Bob.
I'm pretty sure Howard Lutnick just talked about anyone making less than $100,000 a year with
right here in front of this house.
Yeah, that would destroy our economy, by the way.
Shout out to my
We're
invaders.
gonna take $500 out of your
10% of the
paycheck,
taxes.
and we're gonna go give it to this guy. Like now, I would be real pissed if I was making 60 hours a week and y'all decided to go give it Bob, and then y'all go, "What's for good of society?"
Is your
Now,
lesson
tell me
going to
why
be not to
y'all
tax
choose
us?
that tax Bob.
I don't know what just happened, but I'm sold. I'm on Gibbs' side. I'm beefing with the panel.
Complain about our taxes.
You guys are all wrong.
For anyone
I'm sold.
under 150,000, I agree.
Yeah, that way that would be.
I want y'all to notice.
Anyone less than 150,000.
And I want you, and that's what Trump is. I want y'all to also notice that I used the leftist Common Core math principles to try to teach the leftists about why they don't understand economics. Because every time I come on these panels, it's somebody
Wait, you still haven't shown us why we don't understand economics.
I want you to notice.
Common Core, it's a Bush thing.
Every time I come
pretty
on one of these
leftist
panels,
of you.
I just want to go. Yeah, I know. Because sometimes you have to speak to us. Every time I come on one of these panels and we talk about this, I get told by a guy with $0 in his pocketbook about how microeconomics works. And I want someone to tell me that's got money in their pocket how microeconomics works. Because all the math is working.
I have microeconomics. I can tell you.
Cool. Let me tell you one thing I do know. Foghorn Leghorn taught me this one. 1/2 nothing. All right, is
still
a whole
nothing.
And so 2 nothings, 2 nothings, 2 zeros, all that good jazz.
This is such a Texas rancher perspective. Why don't you work 85 hours?
That's great, but no job's gonna give you 60
literally
hours
Hank
at
Hill.
weekend.
You are literally Hank Hill, bro.
Wait, so real quick, the bottom,
McDonald's and Burger King.
Yeah,
The bottom-
I worked.
So base.
I worked where they
That's probably a conflict of interest or something.
You guys are all lazy.
Working at
All of you.
McDonald's.
Every single damn one of you filthy
It's
panelists.
a conflict of interest.
All lazy. Horrible.
But honestly, that's how corporations roll.
For the majority of these like menial labor jobs, you have to sign like a non-compete. You can't be working at like
Correct.
Walmart and then like the local because it's like
No, wait, that's not true. No, that's not true.
If you're working at Burger King, you definitely cannot work at McDonald's. They're definitely
That is not true.
If you're working at fast food joints, maybe, but I literally work at UPS and Taco Bell at the same time as
They're not valid.
Total shit show. They're not valid. I'm trying to. They moved off my.
The average American that's working at McDonald's doesn't know what is and isn't valid.
There's no way you're signing an NDA to work at a non-compete. You are not signing a non-compete to work at fucking Wendy's.
I would argue that like 90% of corporations have a non-compete clause.
You can't even enforce a non-compete for a fast food job.
Well, you can because they got rid of Lena Khan, Pentuple. Lena Khan was trying to ban that shit, and then you got rid of
I may or
her.
may not work for a large corporation, so I know some shit about this. Like, it's in the employee handbook.
Yeah, so I mean, there are not ND clauses, but listen, there's no reason why you can't do what I did in college. I worked 40 hours a week at Wingstop, and I worked another 20 to 30 hours at fucking Fast Eddie's, and like I would walk from one bar, and I'd walk to the next place, and then I'd wake up and
I can tell you why that isn't really
We used to love going to Fast Eddie's.
You're gonna go work at most fast food establishments. If you're gonna work at any local pizzerias or whatever it may be, I can guarantee you every single one of them is gonna guarantee that you work weekends because that's they're gonna be their busy hours. No one is gonna hire you Monday through Thursday so you can go take another job somewhere else. They're gonna mandate that no one's gonna take you.
You know who will though? Retail. If you live in a place, just a shout out to anyone that needs it. People often look over retail, but a lot of retail places are now paying a minimum of $15 an hour. So please look into retail. They need part-time people all the time, and especially during the middle of the week because they want their best salespeople on the weekend, and they have all their days off during the middle of the week. So if you need a Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, please look into retail. They need you.
Let's go to content.
Okay, also, real quick, please.
They can enforce. Right, a lot of time they can't enforce and they don't have like actual like legal document non-competes for fast food restaurants. But there's a thing called de facto non-competes, like basically where jobs do like random scheduling week to week and make it extremely hard for people to kind of square that circle of having two jobs together. Like both jobs will schedule you at the same time, refuse to do that, refuse to work with you, refuse to let you switch to somebody, and then because you can't do that, right? Then you get fired because you're going to be like no-showing to one job because you can't be in two
Do you
places.
think that these jobs are just like trying to like lose their employees? Like that's like
no, they're trying to retain.
No, hold on.
I was literally working at Taco Bell and UPS the same time for a year. I think I had my jobs overlap once. This is something that a lot of people working in part-time jobs, in labor jobs, in fast food places. There are a lot of places where people have 2 jobs, or they work over full-time 100% of the time. I agree that sometimes there are scheduling issues, but even in that case, there are a lot of places in most cities that you can find managers who are understanding and do try to help keep a consistent schedule, because not only does a consistent schedule help you, because it helps you get to work on time, but it helps them. It's so much easier to copy and paste the whole fucking schedule.
How many applicants do you think these people get a day?
It depends on the place. The Taco Bell that I worked at didn't get that many applicants every day, and
I don't know when it was.
Even then, it costs more in time and money to train a new employee than it does to retain the same employee. So there are so many times like. I agree. Yes, it's hard to work 2 jobs, but there are a lot of places that do work with their employees. They like keeping their employees.
That's right.
Yeah, but you have to
That's
get
a lot of my
the
arguments
job.
right there.
No, but you have to get the second
And
job,
that's
and when you're up against a bunch of applicants and
apron.
they're demanding X amount of hours, right? Or they're demanding certain days from you, which your other job competes with. Yeah, when you're up against a bunch of other candidates who have open availability, you're not likely to get the second job. Why would they take you and go through the exhaustion?
When we're talking about fast food, I just in my experience, I was not up against a shit ton of candidates at the local Taco Bell. I don't know what the applicant business is at all the other fast food joints in your area, but there are so many fast food joints in my area. Most of them do not have an endless stream.
I mean, Instacart is unavailable in my area. There aren't Instacart positions.
Is not the same as a fast
Amazon?
food place.
Amazon?
Again, okay, doing gig work for companies is not the same as being an official employee of the company. And if you're looking at literally one of the biggest companies, one of the most prolific gig jobs, with one of the most prolific contract jobs, then obviously you're going to have tons of applicants. But the Taco Bell, fuck no, they didn't have that many applicants. The local the McDonald's probably did. But Burger King, bro, nobody wants to work at Jack in the Box. That's why they'll hire you, okay?
But the other places also aren't hiring, so they're forced to work at Jack in the Box. You're kind of forgetting that there's a lot of people not getting these jobs and resorting to these other minimum wage jobs.
Well, you mean the jobs that I fucking worked at? Yeah, I totally understand what you're talking about. It was the exact kind of job that I
work
had.
these jobs too. I don't get why you're all high and mighty about this.
I'm not high and mighty. You're just trying to tell me about the jobs that people were working at Taco Bell.
No, I'm trying to tell you that your experience isn't universal. There's a different experience
I already
for a lot
said
of people.
my experience wasn't universal. I said that when you're saying people are signing non-competes,
Oh my God, I was being facetious. Obviously, you're not signing a non-compete at Burger King, but I'm saying the likelihood that you're able to work 32 hours at Burger King and 33 hours at McDonald's that's not going to happen. They're not going to let you.
I think it's an interesting point.
Hold on. That's interesting you say that. Hold on. I'm gonna examine that. This is an argument that keeps getting made, and it's factually untrue, right? Because one of the reasons why it's factually untrue is because many of these places, I'll use Wingstop specifically, are franchised out. Much like McDonald's, they're franchised out. So it doesn't behoove these franchise owners, because most of the time they own multiple kinds of franchises, and they'll try to get workers that are consistent at one job, like at their McDonald's or the Wingstop, to suddenly pick up the second job at their other place that they're paying them $12 an hour. So if you're a manager at the Wingstop, you might also be a manager or at the McDonald's as an assistant manager or something, and you're going to work for the 2 franchises. And this is common practice across the industry for franchise owners, because franchise owners usually when you own one franchise, you do and they're a significant portion of the market. So what you're telling me is that you either A, don't know the industry standard, or B, are purposely lying.
think that a lot of us, what we're talking about is specific jobs that are not at franchises. One major thing that a lot of people that I know have trouble. They're not paid. They're not paid enough to just work there, but they have really big trouble having a second job while also working there. Is Publix. People get like different schedules, and because that's like corporate, like there's not franchises of that. And like that's one example of a job where people have these issues.
Okay,
my other problem is
example.
when we have 30, like when you keep adding, oh, we have one job here and one job there. A lot of these one job here, one job there are like 15, 20 hours because that's all they'll give you. It's not 32. And when we get up to 30, 25 hours, 30 hours, the amount of hours you have left for your second job diminishes to the point that you need a specific schedule every week to be able to continue to work these two jobs.
We're
So
talking
it
about like
gets
low
more
skilled
hard.
jobs that are not
So
going to
we're
give
gonna
you.
go to-
They're not
we're
going to bid to your demands. Like, why would they when they have?
Well, again,
Well, we're gonna go to
That's
non-farm,
just
but
not-
I want to give you a scenario. Like, here's another scenario, right? So, legal aids, they get paid nothing. You need no experience to be a legal aid, right? They're almost guaranteed to work a 9 to 5. You're working 9 to 5 every week, right? So, if you get a job like that, that's a standard job. You work 9 to 5 every week. You basically hit 40 hours. They might have benefits, they might not. You might put you like 38 hours or something. But then you turn right around. You have something like that. Why is there no reason you then can't go tell a bar I can work nights, or hey, I can work nights at Whataburger or McDonald's? Like, there's no reason when there's separate industries. You're just making excuses at this point. And I shouldn't have to have my tax dollars go pay support welfare for someone that's working, not willing to work 40 to 60 hours a week. That's ridiculous. When I'm doing
Why is
myself.
it? Why is it
If you're
like?
working 40 and you're still on welfare, then maybe your employer should be taxed more
Yeah.
because they're literally passing the burden from them onto the
you.
government to care for their
Yeah.
employees that they're extracting
While also
labor
not
from.
paying
That's
taxes.
outrageous.
Wait, the market
True.
determines the
I do
value of the
agree with
pay.
that.
Wait,
Go
okay,
ahead, non-farm.
real quick before we hop on this. One, there are plenty of cases of like fast food jobs requiring non-competes. That's why Lena Khan tried to ban them. You guys should have kept Lena Khan. Don't know why you anti-establishment folks didn't like her. Also, secondly, just we glossed way past this, but Gibbs, on the tax point, if you are in the bottom 4 quintiles in the American of American income earners, you don't pay federal taxes. You are a net receiver. You receive more benefits than you pay in taxes.
Awful, terrible.
What do you mean terrible? Your point was like, oh, if I'm going to be really upset if I'm making
you
minimum
work
wage
overtime,
and
you
they try to
work
tax
overtime.
me. It's like, you're the one getting the benefits if you're making minimum wage. Like, I understand you don't like the
Well, that's why
benefits
you
either,
don't
but it's
really-
just,
Yeah, the benefits are awful.
Yeah, well, you want the
Which is why
yeah,
people under 150,000 just shouldn't pay taxes.
Yeah,
I
are you all
would
fans of
fucking
that?
Net
destroy it.
receivers
No.
anyway.
Well, they already don't, like, they already,
Non-farm and I count.
yeah, I don't know what,
Go ahead, non-farm.
I don't know what exact income percent or what the exact income you have to be in order to be a net taxpayer, but I mean, like, there is some redistribution, from the middle class, like, to the middle class. Like, getting not taxing people making under $150,000 would get rid of a lot of that, and that would not be ideal. I don't think.
10%. The people that make 150,000 or less is 10%. 10% of the national taxes.
Yeah, I just want to point out something really quick. Gibbs has a PhD in theology. He knows this better than I do.
yes.
Proverbs 23:4: "Do not toil to acquire wealth. Be discerning enough to desist." Now, why does Proverbs give us that advice? It's because when you work a job, you're not just taking in money, right? You're also acquiring wealth. You're also making an investment in yourself. And if you're spending all your spare time at some second job, that's going to distract from everything that you can learn and from that you can improve on in your first 40 hours. If you're well rested when you go to work every day, you're going to be a better performer and you're going to have more opportunities to learn. Maybe you can even spend some of that extra hours like going to school or something like that. But if all of your waking days are toiling to acquire wealth, then you're not going to be able to improve your position. But if you don't like Proverbs, maybe you'll like Psalms 127:2. It is vain that you rise up early and go late to rest, eating the bread of anxious toil, for God gives to his beloved sleep. So sleep is a gift given to you by God. You shouldn't throw that back in God's face. You should accept that gift.
I have a response to that, and that is Gibbs 317 says, "Work harder, you lazy bitch," and Austin 316 says, "I just whooped your ass." So I mean, like, I don't know.
What does the Bible say about false prophets? What does the Bible say about false prophets?
Austin, hey, listen.
When you say work harder,
If Stone Cold's a false prophet, I don't know if I believe it.
What's going to incentivize someone to work 70 hours a week and then not like feel any benefit of it outside of like having a paycheck but have no use?
Your job should be an investment in your future. It shouldn't just be an exchange of labor.
Money.
Like imagine,
but the money isn't worth it. You're not doing anything with the money. You're at work all the time, and then you're sleeping the rest of the time because you.
Well, then you're not spending the money, are you? Because you're at work, aren't you? So that means you should have a nice little nest egg, huh?
Yeah.
I mean, no, not necessarily work. I mean, things still cost money. Your rent.
Everything still costs money. Oh, okay. So
people
like,
still live.
Let me ask you a question. If you're working 80 hours a week, are you like going out to like the steakhouse?
No, you're not. How much money do you think?
Maybe that's your second job.
Are you going out to the club?
You can't have a nest. You can't have a nest egg big enough to stop working the 80 hours a week long enough. And then two, you can't acquire a skill because you're working.
I was hoping you would say that.
People work 80 hours a week and go to school for 40 hours or 20 hours a week. Now we're working 100 hours a week.
I have a guy we can call right now that works 80 hours a week that just bought a house, owns a Porsche, and just got a citizenship, and he works 80 to 90 hours a week working minimum wage jobs every day. So you tell me you're less skilled than a Guatemalan immigrant with no education?
That's not skill. That seems like slavery. I'm not gonna lie. I don't care if you get a Porsche because you have to work 90 hours a week to get it.
Like he's got
How dare you slander bros grind? How dare you?
Yeah, that's what
I agree, Gibbs. Immigrants are very skilled and are valuable
loves the
workers. I
grind.
agree.
Like,
I'm not slandering his employers are slandering his grind. He has to work 90 hours a week to afford that shit. That's crazy.
He's clearly the type of guy. He's clearly the type of guy that if his employers pulled it back to 60, he'd go get another job.
That's exactly what happened.
His employers don't seem as valuable. Pay him more.
No. What you don't understand is that he's like a workaholic. Like he wants to work. If you gave him more time, he would use it to work. Like that's what the kind of person he clearly is.
If he's a workaholic, why didn't he acquire a skill to work to get a better job so he can work more and get paid more?
No, that is a valid point. When I worked at Costco, a lot of the young people there.
Like
okay, and Papa could probably agree when she worked at UPS. The younger people that work in these kind of jobs generally have other goals and ambitions. These jobs aren't all like final landing zones for everyone. Like a lot of people are using these as stepping stones to get farther in life. Not everyone who works at Costco is going to be there in 5 years. A lot of these jobs have really high turnover because of that.
UPS is literally one of the most dead end jobs you can end up in. Unironically,
well, they pay really good if you're a driver.
Many of my coworkers. Bro, tons of my bro.
I know a bunch of drivers that love their job
working
here.
at UPS.
How about
UPS
in other ways?
Fuck
drivers
UPS.
though?
I have to say, yes, the drivers hate, bro. I'm not even gonna get into it. All I have to say is like UPS was actually one of the most soul crushing jobs because there were so many people that worked there that were like, working themselves to the bone. They would get injuries on the work site. Like I literally got multiple injuries on the work site that I worked through because I didn't have enough sick days. There are tons of people that worked there that were just stuck at that workplace because they started when they were 18 and they worked so much they didn't have time for school. Like there was a guy named Jeremy. I talked to him. He was a cool guy. And he was sad that he couldn't apply other places because he worked at UPS for so long. It was the only thing on his resume. There are tons of people who end up there and they don't get to go anywhere else because they can't afford to lift themselves out of that position. So I understand what you're saying, but like unironically, jobs like those can be extremely soul crushing because you can see how many people just have to give away their lives to these.
If you're just going live and you feel like you sacrificed your life.
Wait,
I don't know what anybody has to say.
Hold up, Bucker, wasn't your argument today you could just go get a Taco Bell?
Impressive.
Hold on.
I was talking about how you could work at how you might not be signing non-compete, like non-competes aren't happening at like all the
your
specific Taco Bells.
argument was like an actual non-compete. That was like what you were arguing.
Yeah, I was arguing against the non-compete.
Okay, that's fair.
I mean,
That's,
so
okay, I got.
You make people
but like,
these jobs, and I said I did not sign a non-compete. Where the fuck did I bring up?
I was obviously being hyperbolic when I said that you're signing a non-compete at Burger King.
People have literally have done that though. That does
I mean, like, sure, but there you go.
Just
I
that
didn't
it's
even
not-
know that wasn't like.
If you
I was,
work for a corporation,
Taco Bell didn't crush my soul. To be clear,
will
Taco
have you
Bell was
sign
like
a
a step-up
non-compete
job.
clause. It's in their employee
Oh, let me-
handbook. It's
UPS
almost-
did.
it's
UPS
corporate
is like
standard.
my
bad.
The lowest
Let
corporate
me-
position. It's corporate standard.
Let me just jump in here. All right, so I have an answer to what Buckaroo said, and then I want to go to Tyler because he's been awfully quiet there. But yeah, so my answer to the when it's soul crushing is really very simple, and that's get good, scrub. I don't give a shit. Like, I'm sorry that you're being soul crushed. Work harder and cry me a river.
These are literally
Everybody has
some of
to
the
work good.
hardest. They were literally some of
Yeah.
the hardest working
Listen,
people
I'm
I've ever
not
met.
arguing
Like
this. I'm not
their
arguing it's
whole
not hard
shift.
work, but
Their
like
whole
it's
shift
like
is
I don't care.
unloading like hundreds upon hundreds, like literally thousands of packages.
and they wouldn't give them. Would they give them
That's still
overtime?
not my problem. Is my point. Like, oh well.
Those
you know,
people,
good job.
they
For
technically
5
did get
years.
overtime.
That would be
but, like,
impressive no matter what job it was. I'd
the
be
hours at
interested.
UPS are really wild.
I don't understand.
Yeah, it's basically get good, scrub, don't care, cry me a river. We've all had terrible jobs. Tyler, go ahead. Like,
Well, my point is just it's a dead end job. It's not like another job that, teenagers get and then move on from. It's literally a job where people have their lives, they get stuck at these jobs. UPS is one of those jobs where people plan to move on. Like, I know people who work there who are stuck there.
Right, I know people that aren't.
Tyler,
so what does that mean? This goes to sociologic's point earlier, where it's like, okay, not universal.
So
But you literally referenced me directly and said I could speak on it, and I disagreed with you, brother. Don't stress
That's
about it.
fine. No, I wasn't.
right.
I'm not stressed.
all right, Tyler, go ahead.
Hey, everybody, it's been a while.
Are we beefing? Are we beefing? Oh, beefing. Sorry.
Not enough.
So I kind of Gibbs, your whole proposition here is more everyone's lazy because they're not working a lot of hours, but at the end of the day, there is a diminishing return, and you got to find your soft cap on how many hours you can work to live the lifestyle that you want to live. Now, if you want to be a business owner, you want to go limitless with no top to your paycheck and make everything, you're going to have to unfortunately sign this contract with yourself that you are going to be available for work 24/7 if it's required for the job, and there's nobody to lean on and depend on. The buck stops with you. So you're kind of viewing it from the perspective of an owner, whereas a worker, it's a different equation. And there are absolutely lazy people. So again, I wanted to stop. I wanted to pull out all the good examples. As I said earlier, this is a 1v8. I side with you a lot. There are a lot of lazy workers in the workforce that just don't want to do anymore. And it's not good enough to just work really hard at a crappy job. You also have to work smart. You have to build a certain set of skills in our skill-based economy to push yourself up through that economy. So just being a hard worker at McDonald's forever, maybe you'll get promoted to manager, and that's actually a fairly well-paying job. But generally, most people don't. You actually have to be smart about it as well. Hard work alone isn't enough. So laziness is sometimes it, but it's bad decision-making, lack of mentorship, and other factors that we could also correct. If it was just laziness, then I'd say take away all entitlement programs, and again, burn the homeless.
But it's not just laziness, so I'm glad you already established that before you made the burn the homeless comment.
I still think we can burn the homeless.
I don't
in GTA.
disagree.
In GTA, I don't know if we can call for any groups that anything bad happened to them.
You definitely can't, and just condemn it now while your channel's still up.
Yeah, we condemn all groups doing mass things that are bad.
I mean, getting rid of entitlement programs is basically just burning the homeless, right? I mean, it's basically.
Yeah, metaphorically though, in a metaphorical way, and also fuck them.
Metaphorically too. Fucking more.
I mean, it seems like a lot of the people on these programs are just people who wouldn't be working otherwise. Like they're disabled people, they're single mothers who probably should be taking care of kids and not necessarily working. They're students. Like it seems like that's a large percentage of people on welfare. I don't have.
Why should my tax dollars go to pay for Cracky Magoo? Honestly, Cracky Magoo probably is one of the few that would be working because he's fucking cracked out. But most of them, like Heroin Mom or Heroin Sally, they're going to be over there dead in the corner. And why should I pay for someone that's just a net loss when I'm over here busting my ass? Like, explain that to an average taxpayer. Why, hey, you should have to pay for the to keep Heroin.
For disabled people so they don't starve to death.
Do you want beggars in the street? Do you like homeless people? Because
Love thy
if we
neighbor.
don't all just
Love
chip
thy
in a
neighbor,
little bit, we're gonna
Tim.
have more homeless. We're gonna have homeless people in mass, and they're it's annoying to have beggars, man. I'll tell you that right now. Right? If you just take away all of it, like the little securities we have, keep our streets,
You want an
keep the
even
streets clean
strategy for
at
this
the very
thing?
least, you know. No, you got to argue from from their perspectives. Man.
Yeah,
you got to be like, yo,
No, we have
the
a
streets are
solution for
clean.
that. We've already got a solution.
Oh yeah,
Trump's
sorry.
rounding up
Streets are
the homeless.
clean.
Streets are clean. We
Okay,
have less
so-
homeless, you know.
We can
There
make a
Because of these
hypothetical.
securities.
Trump wants to build camps for the homeless. He's already suggested that.
Yes, base.
We love when people build
Yeah.
camps. That's super awesome every time.
Well,
Well, it goes along the same people that think housing
You guys-
first
you
is like.
you just want to spawn
this is
American
just
terror
housing.
cells.
It's actually a leftist idea.
America
Yeah.
can't compete in terrorists, so we're gonna put all the
not gonna
people
have
in
that debate
camps, and
tonight.
we're just gonna breed them. You're gonna have the
we're
most
making-
resentful encampment in the
Oh my
world.
God, they can make their own army.
Let me do your thing. Let me do
You
your
know
thing.
how crazy it is when I see
Hold on,
like a
homeless
rich neighborhood and
uprising?
across the street is a trailer
this
park,
is
and I'm
what
like,
we're
how do
gonna
these people not revolt?
No,
Yeah,
all
honestly.
we're gonna do is we're gonna build hobo communes where they get free healthcare and they're taken
you
care of
placate them.
and they're
You placate
guarded.
them,
Yeah,
nice.
we're just
And we
gonna
give them
build a hobo
weaponry,
commune.
and then we
Placate and
tell them
sedate,
exactly
nice.
where the
Wait.
local.
Hold on,
America,
the taxpayer's
America's
going to
so
pay for that?
Divided to be
Yeah.
conquered. We're ready.
No,
They won't pay for
we're-
the
we're-
God,
program?
boy.
The tariffs
This
are gonna
is,
pay for it.
Yeah.
Oh my
Oh,
God,
yeah.
fucking
Yes.
kidding.
Yes.
Well, Gibbs,
We are
Gibbs,
so divided,
Yes.
we're begging. We're
I thought
begging
the
to be
tariffs are paying
conquered.
for the
Begging.
tax cut.
Gibbs, we've done
Parents
this
are gonna pay for
before.
everything. They're gonna pay for everything.
I'm like, we're gonna be taken over.
We've done this
They're gonna pay for
before.
everything.
Wait, I
Right,
just-
okay, Russia's gonna
Crypto?
come in. Russia's gonna be like, "Hey, homeless people,
What?
we'll give you bats, okay?" And they give all the homeless people bats. There's gonna be a homeless people uprising, and we're gonna be.
They're
taken
already
over,
doing
okay?
We've
that.
done this before.
Just
They were called Hoovervilles. I think Trump offering Trump bills sounds about on brand for 1929. So yeah.
We already
I mean,
have.
hold on, wait. It seems like we
It's
all
anniversary
agree
for that.
homelessness is bad. It seems like we all want some taxpayer money to go to helping homeless
No,
people,
no,
whether
Yeah.
it
we
be.
don't.
No,
Whether
so
it
they-
be, you guys just said
Taxpayer
put the
money.
homeless in
It's
camps. Is that not
different.
going to be taxpayer money
They
building
live in
these
a
camps? What do you
tariff-themed
mean?
fantasy
No,
land.
tariff
No,
money and
the
taxpayer money is
flamethrower.
The homeless are gonna pay
fundamentally
for it.
different
Wait,
money.
Trump's gonna make the homeless pay for it. That's what's gonna happen. The homeless are
Hey,
It's gonna
that's
be
not a
build
bad
camp and
idea. We can make that
Giant
happen.
hamster wheel.
True. Take all their panhandling money.
No, here's what we
I
do.
think you actually do. I think that is
Tax the
power.
panhandling.
But
Hold on, I got a solution. What
Make
we
them
do-
register.
No. We can just do what y'all want. We can
Sorry
build
to
the
be that
camps.
person,
This,
but-
this is what y'all proposed before, right? With communism, we just build the camp, we give them health care, and then we just send them to the mines.
How do you give
because
them
we give
healthcare
them a
without
job.
money?
Who wants money to have a job? And then we can make the
Can I
homeless
get free?
mine the
Wait, can I
road.
get free healthcare
Problem
first?
solved.
Can I get free healthcare first?
I mean, Gibbs,
No.
we just obviously don't think this is the
No.
most
No.
effective
No.
way.
No.
So the homeless people
And
again.
we can
the
make
homeless
them
people,
work
they get
60-hour
EBT, they
days.
get a
The
camp,
homeless
and
people
they
get
healthcare.
temporary health care. They don't get like enrolled in some
No, I
like
think-
permanent
fuck
program
that,
that
fuck
only
that,
they get to
fuck that.
access.
No, fuck that. Make the homeless people should
Fucking
just be given
kill me,
jobs,
Connor
and then-
boy.
and
Oh
then-
my
then I
God.
get the free
Oh,
health.
yeah, that's
Well,
what
that's the
I'm
goal.
saying.
That is the goal. That would be how they get out of the program. Once they get a job, they're out of the program.
They should be given.
hiring.
Listen,
Yeah, so we
yeah,
should be
obviously
quiet.
involuntary
It's ironic that the
unemployment.
progressives
first of
are the
all.
most resistant to trying any sort of change for good. But I'll just say I think it's a genuine pursuit that we say like hey, these people are just overdosing left and right in the streets. Maybe we could this has always been a leftist idea as far as I'm aware, that the housing problem starts with housing first. You give them housing, you give them a place to sleep, you give them something like that. That's a leftist idea. So it's not even necessarily something I jump on board with.
I know the issue is you're describing them as camps, which makes them sound horribly inhumane.
Let's look at the biggest like impediment to housing first has been zoning. Like
True.
Well, I don't necessarily agree
Preach.
with housing first in the sense of like giving them like full on housing. I think the nicer stuff you give them, the more likely they are to just destroy it, especially when they first are taken off the streets and they're still in their drug addict mindset. We see it with hotel rooms and stuff when we do try some of that
Well, you
stuff.
should probably just
that's
have.
assuming literally all homeless people are like crazy drug addicts.
A lot of them are. Well, you're presuming that like how many of them, how many people that are homeless
but I wouldn't
do you
say
think
that
are there
we can
because of
assume all of them
insurmountable bad luck? Like it's not like any sort of a level of irresponsibility. I think there is a very strong correlation with being homeless and being addicted to drugs,
I
being
think-
irresponsible, being financially illiterate, being like these are obvious.
No,
do you think it's a mark on us as a country that we have enough of a
No.
homeless population made up of mentally ill people that we
No, not-
haven't taken care of? Right? Come on,
well,
like, we are the
yeah,
most
sure,
like, the best
but I
in the
don't
world,
think
you know.
I don't think in a free society, to answer your question, yes, but I don't think in a free society we're going to ever eliminate that. So it's not like if you have freedom, like there are going to be people who choose to be financially irresponsible, people who choose to spend all of their money and live paycheck to paycheck, because when they have 300 left over, they go and spend it on the weekend. Like there's a level of responsibility here. But what I'm saying, when you have a free society, there will be the existence of poverty. But you're right that like the levels of poverty growing up and like that stuff, there are things we can learn from how we're doing it. You're right.
Well, here's what I'm asking. What if we set up the camp? Here's my proposal. We set the camp up. And here's how we pay for it, right? This is real simple, real microeconomics, real easy stuff. We can all understand.
Pay for it.
Yeah, we like this. What we're going to do is we're going to take the camp. We're going to put the hobos in there. We're going to give them some health care. Oh, God. Guess who's going to pay for it? The hobos are going to pay for it. You know how they're going to pay for it? We're going to force them to work 60 to 80-hour work weeks in the rare earth mineral mines to pay for the living conditions and the stuff.
Yeah.
So they'll work so hard, they'll be so tired.
We just reworked slavery. Just put them in jail first, right? If we just jail all the homeless, we can strip them of their rights, and they can just build their own encampment. Oh my God!
Hold on. That would actually be
make homelessness
that would actually
illegal.
be if Trump was a dictator and they were actually
literally
just outlaw.
illegal.
Hold on.
Nice.
That would be if he outlawed homelessness and made it an arrestable crime. What we're doing instead is offering a progressive communal.
Do you hate Americans?
Solution.
Do you hate America?
Why do you like progressive? Why do you hate progressive?
The homeless one.
I love progressives. I'm not a progressive. I just like America. I live here. I live here, and I'm like, yo, fam. I should probably not like hate every single person that like has a different view than me. And I'm like, yo, this is how you breed terrorists. We already have them. But they're just in small groups. You just want to put them together, have them form a large militia. And
like I said, there will be an uprising. There will be an uprising. Okay. Straight up. There will be an uprising.
The junkie rebellion.
Yeah, that's what I'm rising up terrified of, bro. The junkie rebellion. Yeah, give me a break.
They come
wait, not for nothing. The Mexicans are coming over in troves, according to you, and they're killing your cattle and doing all
not anymore. Not anymore, baby. CBP home.
So now we're just gonna have a different group of people, and now you're gonna have a different rebellion that's gonna be a problem too. It's just like. We
oh my God! Multiple anti-American factions in the nation, all because of America.
Yeah, like
first of all, we don't have the immigrant
like we deserve
you already
it.
have rich kids. You already have rich kid communists. Like do you want little micro militias?
What's your trade offer? What's your trade offer? The rich kids for who? I'm so down.
I said you already have rich kid communists. You want like the homeless militias in the streets?
No, here's my question though.
Wait, real quick. We all don't like homelessness or whatever. Clearly, there are.
You have enough self-hating Americans, brother.
Hold on,
Yeah, I mean, we all clearly don't like homelessness. I think clearly there are more humane ways to get rid of homelessness and less humane ways to get rid of homelessness. I'm just. Why don't we just do?
You guys hated
why don't
Hassan.
we just?
You want more Hassan fans?
Yeah, like why don't we just get rid of some of the zoning laws? Get rid of some of the zoning laws. Probably and then collect some money from consumption taxation, or really like any type of taxation. But I like consumption taxation, and then just build some affordable homes, or even just give cash benefits to homeless people.
Isn't that what tariffs are? Consumption taxation.
Unironically, there was a housing initiative in my area that wasn't allowed to. They were on wait for 2 years just because they kept getting turned down for zoning, even though they already owned the land. So they already owned the land. They already had all the money to put into it, but they got turned down multiple times just because zoning.
Yeah. So what Don Fon's advocating for is ignore democracy and the voters who want laws on how their towns and cities are structured with zoning laws. And then
I would argue most voters don't have a say in zoning laws either.
Boomers like zoning laws, and boomers are the ones voting in local elections. I can think something is good, even if most people don't agree, by the way. But
it was just half. And then the second thing Non-Fine advocated for was a tax against consumption. Aren't you anti-tariff? That's just a tax against consumption.
There are good ways to tax consumption, and there are bad ways to tax consumption.
Your consumption tax would be a tariff on everything. even U.S. made.
Yeah, that doesn't. That's less distortionary because it doesn't distort consumer choice. That's less distortionary because it doesn't.
Which, if we're gonna get rid of income tax, we could talk about that.
I placed my limit orders. I placed my limit orders every Thursday. I've like so much lined up. I just need him to tweet the tariffs one more time.
I feel like Aber's
Send that limit order down. Pick up the shares.
Like anything under 150K, don't tax me, please.
No,
wait, just real quick. This is like, first of all, like, could I need to reply?
If you're not placing limit orders right now, you're failing.
A lot of the reason we have these zoning laws is because boomers vote.
147, 148.
Boomers are the ones voting in local elections, and they like the zoning laws because it keeps the
So they're the only ones allowed to, and they're the only ones that show up.
Oh my God,
they're the only ones that show up. They're the only ones that show up. Young people don't care, and
yeah, young people need.
And
to
I'm
get
allowed
the
to think
program.
something
They need
is
to wake the fuck
good.
up.
Even if a lot of people don't like it, like I don't like zoning laws. I understand, like in a democracy, like there are people who like zoning laws and they might outweigh me, but I'm still allowed to not like zoning laws. I still think that's a valid opinion. And also, tariffs are not an efficient means to tax consumption, although they do, yes, obviously tax consumption. But
iCal, you look like you were ready to say something.
Well, that was just my question. Well, for him that he was responding to initially is that if you're gonna be doing tariffs is, at the end of the day, it's a regressive tax on consumption. Yeah.
So right. So there are ways to do consumption taxes progressively, and there are ways to do consumption taxes that don't tax business-to-business transactions. Tariffs will affect business-to-business transactions.
Or something like most.
Well, there are
like the percentage of the percentage of money that the wealthy spend is not on consumption, right? Most of it goes into their bank account, and builds for the future.
Well, but you can, if you want to read more about this, because I don't want to explain it on the panel, Econoboy has a really good article on his Substack about the expenditures tax. You could raise about, just about as much revenue.
Tyler brought this up the other night, though. He brought this up. If you tax the billionaires at 100%, all of them in the United States, that's only like 5% of whatever, fucking buckets, bro. It's not going to pay shit. Like, so here's my argument.
I mean, poor billionaires. Well, in that case, they really need to not be forced to keep all that bad money. That's not doing them any good.
The reads on the taxes here, and I want to talk policy. I feel like I have put forth, and I get some of y'all like center lefties, or maybe not as progressive as Admiral Libs is, but Admiral Libs here has put forth a extremely progressive plan. I've offered communal housing with paid welfare via
communal tenting.
Yeah, so they're going to get communal tenting, FEMA houses, just like because y'all love FEMA, so y'all love putting money into it. And then we're going to get those houses. We're going to guarantee medical care paid for by forcing them to work, but after assigning them to jobs. And y'all just, so but that's what communism is.
Remember the last time we forced people to work?
We're giving them jobs, and we're going to have them sign the contract that they don't have a home and they need medical care, and then to pay for that, they have to work.
There's a contract this time. The last time there wasn't a contract, that was the problem. Last time there wasn't a contract, that was the problem. This time there's a contract that they signed.
This is called progressive. This is called progressivism. Are you not a fan?
What?
I'm not a fan. I'm not a progressive.
I think progressives do the. I think progressives. The issue is like progressives like to do this thing called going.
They don't
forward.
like it when the conservative guy gets progressive.
You guys like to
crazy.
go like you're saying progressives are like go forward, and you guys are like make America great.
This is your logic, though. This is your logic.
It's this backwards placement, right?
You expect conservatives to pay for everything already.
We didn't define great. Great could be communism.
Yeah, shit's going fucking right back, baby. You can't love it. I
address it like it's not that complicated. If you give me two societies,
the wages are definitely going back. All right, I'm definitely feeling
that's
it.
That's not true. That's
you
definitely not true. But regardless,
you seem like a pretty hardcore Trump guy.
I feel like I've turned into the progressive since I'm, willing to engage with radical change in our government and, try to build a better future and try to tackle this whole national debt issue. I feel like I am turning into a progressive. I'm willing to take some risks. I'm not defending the status quo anymore. I'm no longer the one defending the status quo, is what I should say.
Being anti-establishment.
That's what's happening. You guys are now defending the status quo.
That's
fine. You guys like this whole thing about Doge, for example. It's like you're basically suggesting that like the status quo is sustainable, that we're not like in like dire issue with our national debt, with our spending, with our government.
Sure you have a very nuanced understanding.
You're acting like everything is like fine. Like what are you doing? Why are you even bothering with this? Like, what's the issue? It's like, what do you mean? What's the issue?
That's
like,
not the argument.
we have a huge issue.
That's not the argument.
I don't know when the national debt's going to explode.
Hey, listen. By the way,
I've heard Democrats make the argument that like, oh, we can have a $200 trillion debt. It doesn't matter. And I'm like, okay, maybe. Fuck, I don't know, but like, it doesn't sound like that makes sense to me.
Elon found the magic money computers, bro. We don't need to worry about the debt. But I mean, look. Obviously, that's not the argument that people have against Doge. Is they don't think the goal that they're trying to do is good. But like Gibbs, I mean, come on, man. If you give me the option between two societies, one in which homeless people are forced to work in camps, in presumably pretty bad conditions, and one in which we just have a progressive consumption tax.
I'm going to get accused of straw manning.
Those conditions. Hold on, no. Here's the thing. This is the problem, and this is the problem that I have with all of the social programs. Those conditions. Hey, you know what? If those would be bad conditions, it's because they make those conditions bad. This would be funded by their labor and their work, and they would be in charge of the society. And guess what? If they choose to make it bad conditions, that's on them. We gave them all the tools to start. Why should we keep giving away money to people that aren't changing? Tell me.
We're already giving them all the tools right now, though. If that's the case, why do anything?
Well, that's. Thank you. I'm glad you figured that out.
I don't think our welfare system is.
Who will
as
build the
effective as it
roads,
could be,
Gibbs?
but
the crackheads. After we fucking give them more crack and
just have the prisoners build the roads. All we need is more prisoners. All we need is more prisoners. Like, you're not thinking right. You're not thinking. We gotta start arresting DEI in prisons, right? Arrest more white people.
See, this is why Trump is not actually a dictator. Because if he was a dictator, he would be doing exactly what you're saying. He would just make a national a homelessness ban or national camping ban, and then he would make it an arrestable and jailable offense, and then he would go round them up and put them in jail, and then use them as slave labor. But he's not doing that because he's not actually a dictator, just like the left is claiming.
Space in prison.
Yeah, aren't they like?
I think he's not a dictator yet. He's not a dictator yet. I have a question.
And then the cost of keeping somebody imprisoned is already so high for the average person. It would probably
and
be
those should look into that too.
Just rehabilitate them and then give them the ability to.
Are you willing to vote in Trump for a third term? Like if like he's like fuck, I want to run for a third term, and do you think MAGA would back would you do it?
If there's a constitutional change. Yeah, if there's an amendment change, then maybe. But he's also pretty fucking old.
Honestly, you think he wouldn't just try anyway?
I'm just saying.
No, I don't think he's going to try anyway.
Would MAGA support a third term Trump? Into which case, I mean, like, yeah, he's not yet.
Actually, hey, Sociologic, can I ask you a question on that? Because you asked, we were talking about this on Twitter the other week, and I was thinking about it like the next day. You asked if Trump.
And
what was it? If Trump failed,
if Trump and Doge succeed in like 60% of the shit that you guys want, right? Like,
shit,
they hit 60-70%, right? Would you then elect Trump for a third term? Honestly, at that point, like, would you? Would you even maybe start thinking about maybe Elon can run for president? Who cares if he's
no, fuck no, hell no, hell no, know that.
Why? To answer, he who saves the government breaks no laws, right?
I mean, to answer your question,
he who saves the country. Who saves the country?
The only reason I would support a third term at this point is if I felt like it was necessary. I don't feel like that. I don't feel that. Like I do think we found our movements like next baton carrier. I think JD Vance is a great next up. That may change. I don't know, but I will say, look, I'm not surprised you guys don't like him. I'm a shocker. Wow, I'm stunned. The people who hate Trump also hated JD Vance.
Do you think JD Vance is as effective or is as popular as Trump? Like in a real,
I think he
standalone. As a standalone, as next to Trump, not as a VP, but as a standalone.
I think he could be. I think as of right now, he could be.
Maybe.
Unlike the Democrats, though, the Republicans
who knows?
Maybe. No, but the Republicans have a different.
Maybe he comes out as gay.
Sure, whatever. Listen, the Republicans have a different advantage that you're not realizing is that there are multiple leaders within the
Republican Party
Chicago that can step up. Yeah, maybe he bombed Chicago. But listen, listen, y'all keep going. JD Vance, obviously, he's a clear frontrunner. Abbott's got to be considered it. DeSantis probably is going to consider it again. And then we have people like Rubio. We have people like Mike Johnson.
None of them are
DeSantis.
And
you don't know. It depends. I don't know.
He shouldn't have Abbott that I could imagine being a character from Ed.
You guys are going to be as divided as the Democrats.
Very popular.
After Trump is the only like hugely like 40% of Republicans being like MAGA is a huge deal. You guys don't have that next time.
We already have that.
You guys are divided on who you like. He already doesn't like DeSantis. He already doesn't like DeSantis.
If that was true, then why would we be content with Vance?
No. The problem is we have multiple quality contenders. The Dems have no contenders. Y'all's best contender is AOC. We have about 5 people that are good.
Yeah, you guys are gonna run Tim Walz again?
Yeah, you're gonna run Vance.
He's so mad. It's Big Gretchen.
Please run Tim Walz. Please run Tim Walz again.
I'd run Gretchen Whitmer. She's a Big Gretch could win. Get G-Mac.
No shot. She pissed off too many Catholics. No shot. She's done.
Tim was the only one in the 2024 election, president, vice president, who had to have a positive approval rating. So,
yeah. I don't know why you guys still believe that approval ratings and polls when you literally get blown out over and over and over again. You guys were so convinced that Kamala was going to win. There's no way Trump going to win the popular vote. You guys are just wrong every time you listen to polls.
I did not think Kamala
please run Tim Walz. That's what I'll say. Please fucking do it.
I was an oracle. I called.
You believe the polls that Tim Walz is popular?
I called Michigan going red like 2 months into the elections. Okay?
Hey, we're delving into Papa's territory now. It's not going to be Tim Walz, not going to be Gavin Newsom. Bro. If the party doesn't fix itself and kick out the progressive rot and put Josh Shapiro or Fetterman in, they're not going to win an election in 4 years.
It's going to be Mark Cuban.
Fetterman's a little crazy. I don't know about Fetterman.
Fetterman's a better stroke.
All right.
No. Less Israeli shills, please. Less Israeli shills.
No, hold on.
That's what's
I'd really fucking appreciate it, man.
Yeah. All right.
Mark Cuban.
Let's start with Tyler here. Let's get closing thoughts. Tell her where everybody finds you. We're like coming close to the end here, and then closing thoughts on everything that we've covered.
Average Debate Enjoyer on YouTube and Twitch. Average Debate Enjoyer on Twitter. That's it. Yeah, I got it right. Closing thoughts is just shit I didn't get to. Trump did not have to, his argument is he did not have to follow the rules set forth for him on declassification because they interfered with his constitutional duties, obligations. And I would argue that Biden has a very similar argument here. Nonfun and I were talking about this in DMs. I think we're going to try to continue our specific niche argument tomorrow night. If anyone's interested, is that cool with you? You didn't answer that, but I think we were just like your final answer. But otherwise, everything I said is right, and that's just, the only thing that matches my intellect is my empathy. So sorry, everybody, just don't try to compete, and you won't be disappointed. Have a good night.
Fantastic. Thank you so much. Abers.
Yeah, I think in closing, just to touch on the auto pen thing, I think as long as you can provide some type of evidence, even a person saying, yes, Joe Biden told me to do this, that would be plenty sufficient and all of us would have no problem with it. So that's, I think, where we've kind of landed. I think investigation is a little warranted based on the extenuating circumstances that clearly we've all conceded that his mental capacity was diminished. At the very least, he could have been taken advantage of without his knowledge. So that's where I land on that. And if you work 40 hours a week, I don't think you're lazy by any means. So keep up the grind.
Fantastic. Buckaroo.
Yeah, the autopen incident, I feel like it's kind of silly. I understand the complaints. I don't think they're all nonsense, but personally, I'm not that invested, I have to admit. I think for the autopen, as long as we find approval, approval from the president, then I'm all good. I do think there should be some sort of verification process for the future. It's kind of wild to me that it's just like whoever has control of the pen can just sign shit. Like it's kind of insane to me that we don't have like an already established procedure on that front. I feel like the government's just technologically brain dead in like every way possible, and there are so many things that could resolve this issue. I don't think if you work 40 hours a week that you're lazy. I think obviously if you want to like get ahead, working more is respectable. If you want to work 60 or 70 hours a week, go ahead. But I think if you're working 40 hours, that you should at least be able to survive. Yeah, that's my main position. You can find me on X, on Blue Sky, YouTube, Big Papa Buckaroo.
Fantastic. I got Rich.
I think the lesson of the day is universalizability. So if you're going to create a rule for a specific political situation you find yourself into now, then I agree with you. I'm fine with it. Just then apply it going forward to everybody. That's true with both of these topics, right? So on the autopen thing, I think one of the reasons I find that people start yelling as soon as I start saying something like that is because they want to create a rule that they can apply to the person that they don't like, but they don't want to then apply that to their own guy. Let's create universalized principles and apply that all across the board. As far as the second topic, it's the same thing. If you're going to create this rule for people at the bottom of the economic system that they have to work 60 hours a week or they're lazy, fine. But if you're an heiress, if you're Paris Hilton and you work 0 hours a week, well, then you're lazy too. And so we should apply the same standard across the board. Either you're lazy at 40 hours a week and you're also lazy at 0 hours a week, or it's not true for either party.
Yeah, we're gonna definitely have to do this one out over more in depth soon.
Yeah,
We'll figure that out because that's a terrible take. I just want you to know that I think it's a terrible take. But
Proverbs and Psalms versus the Book of Gibbs. Okay, that's the real debate. It's Gibbs versus Jesus. Okay, that's the debate we need to have coming up next.
And the Lord's he works in mysterious ways. That's all I'm saying.
Yeah, at least to contradict his writing. Yes.
Yeah, Biden's deep state over Trump's chaos any day of the week. Easiest decision ever. And I mean, look, I don't really care if we define someone working 40 hours a week as lazy or not lazy or whatever. But I think welfare is good and should be distributed to people who need it. If you want to watch me, I stream on YouTube or YouTube, Twitch, and Kick, Nonfon on YouTube, Nonfon420 on Twitch and Kick. Go watch my debates on YouTube as well. They're cool.
Thank you so much, Sociologic.
If you work 40 hours a week somewhere and your employer doesn't pay you enough to live just, a livable life, I think you should steal everything in the store. Do it well so that you don't get caught. And then make sure that you can, you want the resell. So to be good at stealing, that's the ethical.
You need to steal for at least 60 hours a week.
Well, you don't even need to steal things to resell. Okay, some things you just steal on principle. Okay, I took handfuls of UPS.
It is the ethical good.
That's California's philosophy. That's
for all my fun takes. You can catch me at Sociologic with 2 L's. I am not a shower caddy. Fuck you, Gibbs.
You see, was that on purpose or was it not? I couldn't resist. Katya.
Basically, as for the autopen, I think that whether or not the autopen was used properly or improperly is more of an internal issue. The real issue, as for the pardons, is whether or not Biden authorized it or not, considering that a pardon technically does not have to be written down in writing and signed if we're going to use that standard that was talked about and ruled upon, then, I mean, that's the main situation. So if we can provide evidence that he did not authorize it, I'd say that's mega fucked up, but until we see that, I don't know what to tell you. As for the second thing, I think that people who work 40 hours a week are not lazy. If working at or under 40 hours a week makes you lazy, then it sucks for me, because I'm technically mandated to be lazy by the fact that I have issues and also the fact that I'm in school, so that sucks. But I think that having a good work-life balance does allow people to, improve themselves, like, being in school or having a family and stuff like that. And I think that people should be more economically literate, which is, it's a hard goal to get to, but that should be super, super encouraged, because then people will be able to do more with, less if they're not wasting money on stupid shit, and they will be able to better themselves by going to school, going to trade school, having a family, this, that, and the third. And also, I think that, employers who have a bunch of people on welfare are just passing the buck along, and they should just be taxed more anyways. Bye.
Thank you so much. And last but not least, Pentuple, who is going to be with me on Monday on Wix when we're going to be discussing autopen further.
Yes.
Apparently.
Nice.
So I don't know if y'all know this, but Pentuple and I are actually going to be hosting tryouts for Monday, because apparently I need to find the right's strongest warrior against autopen, and I told them it was me, and they laughed. So we're looking for another one, and Pin and I get to decide who that is. And if I don't feel anybody's up to snuff, go fuck yourself. But go ahead, Pentuple.
Wait,
Tell us what
you mean Auto Pentuple?
Auto Pentuple. You see what I did? Nice.
So I guess just to give my closing on the two topics, I'd say the autopen issue is really not about the autopen or about revoking pardons. It's about the forgery, and it's about the authority of the autopen. Even with what Katya's saying is true, we accept that pardons can be declared verbally. We still don't have that. So now that would have to be provided. And, you know, maybe that's how this outcomes. Maybe Katya has a good point here. Maybe we get to the end of this and they go and they say, oh, well, you know, Biden declared it in some form. I don't think we have that. But as far as the question about the pardons, autopens are just simply not self-authenticating, and they require some sort of authority provided. I think that will be established by the court as an existing rule. I don't think we need to establish a new rule. I think that it's not self-authenticating in court. The burden of proof will go back to whoever used the autopen, and that's we'll see how the court settles with it. And then regarding the financial livelihoods and stuff, my realistic only comment is that I do believe that generally people get what they deserve. They get out what they put in. I know it's not a perfect correlation, but I think it's strong enough that I don't complain. I think that generally speaking, if you work hard, you'll get good out of it, and if you don't, you won't. And some people think they're working hard and they're not really. Some people think they're responsible and they're not really responsible. And some people lie to themselves. I think it's all very personal. I think that generally speaking, though, in my experience, the people that I know that work really hard, see benefits from it, and the people that I know that don't work really hard, they suffer for it. So the correlation's strong enough. It's not perfect. Some people have really bad luck.
All empirical evidence,
I do think that generally speaking, you shouldn't waste your time in any sense.
Your parents' income
I don't know if I agree with Gibbs that it all has to be some sort of income-driven pursuit. I like passion projects and other stuff like that.
He would just say anecdotally, I know people who work hard.
Just to wrap that up, generally people get what they put in.
Fantastic. Thanks so much. We do have a couple of announcements real quick. Friday night, tomorrow, we're going to be going live about 7:30. We're going to be doing community night. I think we're playing Escape the Backrooms. Monday, we're going to be on at 5 o'clock on Wix. So that's what I was talking about with me and Pentuple. And then at 7 o'clock, I'll be on Primes. That should be good. And then Tuesday is going to be a really fun one. We're going to have Mel Hisi and Istrastini do an IRL stream with Gibbs. I don't know what we're going to do. Probably wasted shenanigans somewhere. So that'll be fun. Wednesday is going to be interesting. We're going to see what panels we're going to be doing. But I'm looking to probably host 2 panels on Wednesday and on Thursday because we got a lot of people wanting to talk about a lot of things. And why not strike while the iron is hot? So I'll figure out the schedule here this weekend and we'll go from there. But yeah, it's exciting times. I also want to congratulate everybody in the group here that's been part of this group. We've done a lot of things this week across this group and Prime's group. We've been going everywhere. I've seen back-to-back people from here on Wix this week. We had Fabian. He's not here right now, but he's with us in spirit. Debate Destiny last night. Me and Prime were on Tim Pool. Everybody's doing crazy things. It's very good. It's a rising tide. And then it looks like Tyler's going to be going on the Crucible. So yeah, it's a rising tide.
Recently.
This is the new meta. There's the old and busted and the new meta, and you're turning into the new meta. So right now, we're gonna go raid out to somebody. I guess let's see who we're gonna do. We'll raid out to somebody that we're gonna see on Monday, and just because it's a hate raid,
Tyler and I are going to talk about autopen as well tomorrow and continue this debate if anyone is interested.
Yeah, good. Get it all fleshed out because I want fucking Johnny Cochran.
I think Prime's streaming if you want to send
Alabama State University.
I might be down.
What was your question? My bad.
All right, bye, everybody. Bye. Okay. Woo.
Bye.
Yes, thanks for everybody coming.
All right, y'all. It was a pleasure. I got a dip. Hopefully, we see you next week.
See you on the X, bro.
Peace out. Yes, sir.
That'll be good.
Bye.
See ya. Jesus. Man, that can't wait to watch that Pisco debate. Jesus, that's gonna be something. What was I gonna say? Oh, I don't know, the legal. Dude, the whole I was gonna press Pentuple on this, but I didn't really get a chance. The whole well, it's not self-authenticating, so you need to provide some standard of proof that motherfucker, we're not in a court of law right now. If you're making if you're making a positive claim, then that burden of proof is on you, brother. Like, I understand, like, in a court of law, there might, because it's not self-authenticating or whatever, they might have to, in order to, you know, avoid the pardon or whatever, like, they might have to provide evidence to, or I guess not have the pardon avoided. They might have to provide evidence to fucking show it wasn't, or they had permission to do this or whatever. But, like, we're not we're not doing that, right? We're just debate, like, what is, I don't even know what claim Pentuple exactly is making, but because if his claim is, if the positive claim he is making is just there is reason to be suspicious, then, like, literally I don't think anyone really disagrees with that. But if his positive claim is that, like, it's more likely than not that Biden didn't give permission to do this, then, like, you would have to provide evidence for that claim, and he just does not really have any. But we did it. We did. Anyway, Jesus, I opened. Oh yeah, this too. I don't know how common they are exactly, but there are plenty of fast food workers who do have to sign non-compete agreements. And that's why. That's part of the reason why Lena Khan went after them. I was talking mad shit. I'm pretty gold based. My favorite thing is pretending I'm American and saying as an American. Base. Also, this too. God, I understand. I kind of understand this, but it's still fucking it's so fucking dumb. If you were like, these people make it, if I work for $12 an hour and I get this much money, I'm gonna be really upset when the tax man comes around and steals my money. Like brother, who do you think are getting all these welfare benefits that you hate so much? It's the people who don't make jack shit, bro. It's the person you're describing. Like, the bottom 4 quintiles are not net taxpayers, bro. Like, I mean, this is, to be fair, $28, but, like, Jesus. Yeah, screw the Democrats. Based. Demon rats, yeah. To be fair, though, also there's still some remnants from COVID. But even before, I mean, they have 2019 here. Even before this, the bottom 3 quintiles did not pay, and then this 4 quintile barely paid anything. But, like, also, like, I wish I had more time to drill down on this point. But, like, holy shit, dude, like, I'm being progressive. I'm saying we should put the homeless in camps and force them to work. Like, duh, like, brother. I'm saying give them health care. By the way, only temporarily give them health care. I think Pentuple stipulated that. But Jesus fucking Christ, dude. Like, come on, man. Like, which society do you think is better? Really? Like, Gibbs, please. Pentuple, please. Progressive consumption tax, okay, and redistribution. You know, get rid of some zoning laws. Use a progressive consumption tax to finance the building of affordable homes, okay? And give some of those to homeless people, and also some of the, I mean, if you expand housing supply, you know, that will lower housing prices, obviously. So there will be, I don't think high housing costs is, like, the biggest driver of homelessness, because, I mean, usually homeless people don't have, like, any money, period. It's not just that housing is too expensive, it's that they can't, like, get a job and shit. But I think expanding housing supply would still, you know, I would probably reduce homelessness. But, like, just build affordable housing, financed by an efficient tax that is an infinitely better, more just, probably even more efficient society, because homeless people are a fucking drag. They're not being productive at all if they are homeless and don't have anywhere to live and can't get a fucking job. At least, like, the whole, you know, housing first homeless policy, whatever, lets them get on their fucking feet, so maybe they can actually get a job. Maybe they can actually get an education, like, Jesus. But, like, I cannot believe that anyone would think that. Just like putting the homeless people in camps. Presumably, also I said like presumably inhumane. I don't know, maybe I should have been like more clear on that or something. But like I think it's quite obvious that it would be less humane to put them in fucking camps and force them to work than it would be to just give them a home. Like I don't know. Like I think that's probably inhumane. I think most people would probably fucking see that as inhumane. Like what the fuck? Like what the fuck? Jesus. Also, I mean, you can't, the federal minimum wage obviously has not increased in fucking forever, but the, you know, a lot of state and local minimum wages have, so. Give me a second. Oh, also, I'm pretty sure Biden was mostly right about this order. I don't think he was, it's the way Mike Johnson is telling the truth, which I don't know if that's a proper assumption. I believe Biden did not actually pause LNG exports. It was a freeze on permits to construct new things. Biden initiated a pause in LNG export permit. Like, I think you were still allowed to export previously existing shit. It's just like you couldn't make new, like new natural gas facilities or whatever.
And even though she seems to hit the grocery store,
and to pause and new export permits. Compliance with federal order. I don't know. Let's finish reading the no opinion thing at least. This is
Earlier.
I could join.
Lee, are you on topic this time?
All right, so I pulled up footnotes. I apologize. I
don't know if any of these people, they're not really debating much right now, but okay, 4 places we need to moderate, blah, blah, blah. In order to sort of reputation, Democrats need to be consistently vocal about the crucial importance of police in nationwide fight against crime, and having prominent Democrats claim that police aren't a good way to fight crime, and that welfare state experience is just as good is distinctly unhelpful. Now on immigration and border security. This is probably America's second most important issue in 2024 after the cost of living, and it's still an issue where Trump gets high marks from the public. It makes sense that Trump should get Americans' approval on immigration. Americans like immigration and immigrants, but they don't really like would-be migrants flouting their laws by entering illegally to request asylum. Since Trump took office, illegal border crossings have plummeted to the lowest levels of the 21st century. Even though Trump has betrayed Americans on the economy, he's delivered at least one thing they actually want: fewer asylum seekers penetrating the border. Democrats seem perfectly capable of moderating immigration. In fact, they already did it in 2024. Biden implemented many Trump-like restrictions on asylum seeking. that he previously scorned, and the Democrats lashed out at Republicans for blocking a tough border bill. Some progressive activists still believe that migration is a human right, but these appear to be a smallish minority. So on immigration, Dems probably need to just continue what they were doing in 2024. On DI stuff, I see only mixed evidence that Americans as a whole think the Dems are too extreme. But what's much more certain is that the pro-DI rhetoric and actions of Biden administration ultimately didn't help win over minority voters. 2024 was no white backlash. Instead, white voters voted about the same between 2016 and 2024, while it was minority voters who partially abandoned the Dems. Identity politics, including the promotion of DI initiatives and programs, including the whole progressive cultural shift towards a Ibrahim Kendi-style version of discriminatory anti-racism, as the best medicine for racism, just isn't winning black or Hispanic votes. It's time to scratch that approach and try something else. In fact, I'm pretty optimistic that the Dems will be able to do that, given the rapid success of the pushbacks against DI programs and mandatory DI statements, which began well before Trump was elected. Trans issue, I think, will be the big sticking point. On one hand, it's a cultural issue Americans seem most strongly opposed to the progressive agenda. On most policy questions, Americans are unfavorable towards a position favored by trans activists. And on essentially all these questions, they have become even more opposed to activist position over the last few years. This is all going to be like, trans athletes, make it illegal for transitioning minors. This is kind of unhinged. The bathroom thing, make it illegal for public school districts to teach about gender identity. Require health insurance companies to cover medical. On some polls, 10% of Americans who oppose trans athletes in women's sports is much higher than even this. But on the other hand, most progressives have come to see the trans movement as a civil rights movement, a struggle for equal rights for a marginalized group. Civil rights movements are fundamentally not about what's popular, but what's morally right. No one wants to be the modern equivalent of the white moderate that Martin Luther King, how do I pronounce this, excoriated in this letter from Birmingham jail. This means that although it might seem like trans issues are small potatoes compared to things like DI and policing, they're actually a much harder nut to crack. No one thinks anarchy in the streets and mandatory diversity statements are fundamental civil rights. They're just policy ideas that some progressive activists thought would help black people. As soon as it became apparent black people wanted more cops on the street, and diversity training still help black workers get ahead, it became possible to ditch those ideas while still remaining fully committed to the goal of helping black people in the U.S. Trans issues are different because they involve a lot of questions of fundamental rights. Does a kid with a penis really have the right to change in a girl's locker room just by identifying as a woman? Does a 12-year-old really have the right to decide whether to take puberty blockers without parental consent, and so on? The nation so far says no, while activists say yes, and there's no law of the universe saying that those two positions will ever converge. So I predict while trans issues might not seem to affect nearly as many people as other cultural issues, and while they don't particularly seem like matters of life and death, they will continue dividing the Democratic Party for many years. Maybe we should change the idea that we should just do whatever the voters want. Trump showed the voters don't know what they want until you see that. Yeah. Until you see it. I also don't think. I think Americans are just stupid. Okay, they just vote on vibes. Okay, I think they just vote on vibes about how well things were going, like in the last 4 years. I think Biden won. I think in large part because of fucking COVID. People were just angry about COVID and voted for Biden, and I think Trump won in large part because people were just angry about fucking inflation in the border and just voted for Trump. Like, I don't think. Obviously, it is more complicated, but I don't think it's that much more complicated for the average American. Okay, I really don't think it is. But in any case, it's clear that fighting hard against Trump means very different things to progressive activists and the general public. For progressive, cultural issues are the thing to fight for in America, and to moderate on those would mean surrender. The only thing somebody did to cave on a race, gender, policing, and immigration. What kind of victory would this be? But for most voters, there are a lot of important things to fight for than deep policing, DI statements, or permissive asylum policy. Trump is just threatening the vision of social progress that many of the left entertained in the 2010s. He's threatening the very civil liberties, national security, and prosperity that make progress possible. Combative centrism is more than a political tactic. It's based on deeply rooted values. It's the idea that fundamental tenets of 20th century liberalism, free speech, due process of law, democracy, and so on, aren't good and valuable things worth defending from regimes like Donald Trump's. That was the strong platform that allowed the Democrats to plant their feet and topple Bushism in the 2000s. It is just as strong of a platform today. Truth. Why?
What's the hell I'm not doing here? I don't belong here. I don't care if it's hard. I want to have control.
Ready? Copy
Oh,
strike
what a
for
perfect world be. I want a perfect soul. I want you to know me when I'm not around.
Okay.
With the big old 2 saying, you stole Kev's money.
True.
That is.
So you're only asking for $18. Just everybody send.
We
live.
Well,
What
do you think the
give
path? Do you think the path towards like a more anarchist type society is? It's a bun for my wiener. It's a.
Okay, I don't really care. 2030 old white men are now the most conservative group in America. That are they? Did they not used to be? I guess was it older people who used to be? And we'll probably take notes on this in case it ever comes up. God, my nose is so fucking unorganized. But I will never fix them. I will never. It's never happening. Socialist guy is running for mayor of NYC, wants government to run grocery. I saw that, and I saw people, because I remember the Three Wonks episode about that shit. Bro, fucking, I distinctly remember that, because I saw the Three Wonks talk about it, and fucking Micah wasn't there. It was just Arcana Boy and SDL circle jerking over why we should socialize grocery stores, bro. Like, what the fuck? Came out almost 4 a.m. First thing I hear is some panel about wieners. Sure, I missed it. Sorry. I'm sure I misheard, and this is a different stream. I left a follow for what the fuck reason. Thanks, not Zen Cat. Yeah, that was that's just an open panel that I join sometimes, and I was just curious what they were up to. But they were talking about wieners for their dogs and shit. So. Stigma usury is an enduring one. Throughout history, people have tried to forbid the lending of money at interest to others. Such laws falling into acquiescence has been a insubstantial part of sustained economic growth. During Industrial Revolution, for example, greater access to credit led to more patents, and banking led to greater industrialization. We need lending both because we have diminishing marginal utility, and so we prefer our consumption to be divided evenly over time, and because many goods are indivisible. We cannot consume a quarter of a house and slowly build up the rest as we save. Instead, we get the money now and pay it off later. A poor person who needs their car to get to their job does not get slightly falling utility as their car breaks down. Either it works or it doesn't. Credit cards allow people to avoid disasters from small emergencies. We've recently had an unfortunate outbreak of bipartisanship regarding interest rate caps and credit cards. The rates they say are too high. AOC and Luna have proposed a cap at 10%. The argument for it is that either pure economic illiteracy or a more sophisticated argument relying on the myopia of unsophisticated borrowers. We expect price caps to reduce the supply available and cause rationing. It is striking how the two schools of thought for interest rate caps argue in turn that it won't happen and that a happening is good. Based. Lending is important. Because we have diminishing marginal utility. So would prefer. Consumption. Divide it up over time. Yet many goods are indivisible. I gotta go. That video game stuff on the side is putting me off. Please don't hate me. You guys don't fuck with the Subway surfers? I'm reading fucking boring shit, okay? That's why we got the Subway surfers, bro. This guy is not Gen Z. This guy does not have brain rot. I agree on red cap stuff. Super important. Glad you're covering it. Yeah, nice one. Can a man just not have fun reading what he wants to read? Can a man just not? Can a man not enjoy reading? Gonna make him peel it a rot out of mine. This makes you tune out unless you play yourselves. I mean, the whole... Listen, the whole point, okay, is if no one cares about the stream, they come here just to watch the Subway Surfers. Okay, that's the whole. Like, you tune out, you just pay attention to the Minecraft parkour and Subway Surfers. Anyway. Can we get? Is that the fucking racing game? Assetto Corsa brain rot. I don't know if I don't know. It was hard to even find Minecraft stuff, and this Minecraft parkour, by the way, I don't think is really good. There's better ones out there I've seen, but it's just hard to find for whatever reason. I don't know where these fucking TikTok farms get them. Okay, it is like I can't just find shit on YouTube really. Also, oh my god, it's just been hard. It annoys the fuck out of me. Okay, our society is collapsing. It is hard to find certain things on YouTube now, because like. There are so many things that just exist only on TikTok or only on Instagram Reels, and like it's just so it's like our society is collapsing. YouTube was made, okay, so we could find whatever whenever. You could look up Janet Jackson nipple boob clip and you would find it, okay? That is why YouTube was made. Look it up. I'm not even joking about that. And now you can't even find shit on YouTube, bro. You can look shit up, and like sometimes if you're lucky, there'll be like a low quality re-upload of a video with like a TikTok watermark, and like it's not even. God, that's even more annoying when you try to find something and you can only find a fucking YouTube short. Okay, you can't. There's no regular YouTube video. It's only YouTube short. Like, oh my god. I know triple stream Minecraft grind stupid. I did close Minecraft. Okay, I did. There's a little bit less ADHD, but yeah. There's you pod. Welcome to unmedicated ADHD. Okay. Anyway. I don't understand why Notion is doing this, bro. If I make it way up here, will it? You see how I'm trying to click like into this bullet point, but it just clicks on the side? I don't know if there's a way. I don't know if there's a way to do anything about that. Potato. Base. Okay. Anyway. Is that a potato you grew? Is it from a local farm, localist? Is it from an indoor, efficient, local farm, automated local farm? From a post-labor, indoor, local... I can give you more than +1 viewer. It's late and I want to have some things. I don't want to be rude, so I salute and shut up. Oh, I can't give you more than +1 viewer. You're good, man. Thanks for stopping by, okay? Not saying cat. If you want to lurk or if you want to leave, let's chill. Anyway, Jesus. I will, copy that in case I ever want these papers at some point. These are the same paper. Real hour. I'll just say anti-establishment. Right and left. Gone together to support cap credit card interest rates. At 10%. Okay, geez, there has to be, hold on. I guess I could just make these pages. That'd be really fucking annoying though. Or I can't just have it like this, but the empirical evidence the price caps will cause a decrease in quantity supplied and a reduction in consumer welfare. Chile imposed interest caps on loans in 2013. That study observed interest rates fell by 9%, but the total number and volume of loans fell by 19%, and most of all for risky borrowers. This had an impact equivalent to income falling 3.5%, which was simply an enormous negative impact in the United States. Enforcing interest caps and drives out lenders with better screening technology, and once again penalizes the riskiest borrowers. I'll just add consistent with a bit. What's up, Angry Grandma? Welcome to the stream. A basic supply and demand model. Empirical. Oh, nice one, bro. Evidence shows. Put user in timeout. 30 minutes. Wow. Caps on interest rates. Reduce the quantity. Loans supplied. as well as consumer welfare. This study I don't care. Found that when Chile imposed interest caps on loans 2013. Interest rates fell by 9%. But the total number and volume of loans fell by 19%, and most of all for risky borrowers. This had an equivalent impact to incomes following. In the United States, enforcing interest caps drives out lenders with better. What is this a paper? Yeah. The U.S. Intercaps been found to $129 pages. Jesus. Price regulation and increased regulatory oversight can unintentionally reduce credit access and raise prices in the consumer credit market by leading to an exit of lenders with advanced screening technologies. I focus on the sudden enforcement of these regulations at the state level in the U.S. non-bank personal loan market. While prior research often assumes a fixed market structure, I find these regulations inadvertently drive out lenders with better risk screening models by reducing lender profits. Remaining lenders rely on traditional credit scores and have less information about borrower default risk, leading to disproportionate effects on borrowers with lower credit scores and limited cash histories. These shifts negatively impact loan performance, borrower outcomes, and financial inclusion. To analyze these effects, I develop a structural lending model that disentangles the impacts of shifting lender composition and changes in market power from those interest rate caps. This model, which incorporates borrower heterogeneity, lender screening technologies, and adverse selection, reveals that interest caps and increased oversight harm borrowers who are truly low risk but appear risky under conventional methods. Counterfactual simulations suggest that raising the cap from 21% to 28% and reducing fixed regulatory costs by 45% could significantly improve credit access for subprime borrowers. Credit screening technology. Leading to reduction. Credit access. Borrowers appear to be high risk by lower conventional standards. The argument for the myopia agrees that this will happen. They just believe that this is good. Poor people trapping themselves with stupid decisions. Keeping poor people keeps stopping them. Yeah. Poor people, they argue, are persistently overconfident and trap themselves in cycles of debt. This is possible, but I'm extremely doubtful the price caps are the right mechanism. They are like setting the house on fire to get rid of termites. In addition, people have found other options for getting money fast, like pawn shops. They're just universally far worse than simply putting a price on credit card debt. Some agree this will happen, or some agree credit supply will be reduced. But this is good, since it'll keep poor people I'll say it'll stop poor people from trapping themselves in credit card debt. However, price caps are not a good mechanism. It's a problem. And people will find other ways to get money fast. Empirical evidence being strongly against such caps has been noted by other authors. I want to focus on a novel way in which interest caps are bad. It is an unpleasant interaction of monetary policy. For the purpose of this section, we're going to refer to the interest cap on credit cards as being an interest cap on all lending activity. In fact, it must be a cap on interest rates in lending and practice, or else it would be totally toothless as people switch their borrowing to other outlets. So true about a price cap thing. This shifts the paradigm. Bro, look, can I... Whatever, you're rage baiting. Okay, anyway. Suppose that a central bank was flexibly targeting an average of 2% inflation. During times of unexpectedly high growth, the central bank will allow inflation to be lower than usual, so that during times of unexpectedly low growth, we can allow inflation to be higher. The intuition here is that supply shocks occur in some sectors, but not others. Suppose there is a fixed cost to adjust prices. In order to keep inflation lower, the central bank would need to induce a change in the plans for unaffected sectors. Better than to keep inflation higher. For more, read that paper. There are other reasons, but this is that is not the point of the article. How was the panel? I mean, it was enjoyable. It was it was a shit show. I think I don't know. I didn't get to talk about it a ton, but like I don't know how much of it you were there for. The whole it would be better to send homeless people into camps and force them to work than just build affordable homes financed by a efficient type of taxation. Jesus fucking Christ, man. I can't I don't understand what they're like. I don't get it. I don't get it. Jesus. Localist. I hate you so much. I hate you so much. I hate you so much, Localist. Oh my god, Localist, I hate you. Look, as I understand, you don't find any value in doing anything other than debating the first principles of localism versus like more liberalism or whatever. Taxation is that. Dude, that's another dude. The whole it was also annoying when Gibbs was like, these people making $12 an hour. Blah, 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 blah. I think Gibbs was saying, like, if you work 40 hours a week, you're lazy or whatever. And you could work more and, like, you don't, we shouldn't, he has a whole, I don't know, set of arguments about why welfare is bad for everyone. But, like, geez, it was, like, him saying, too, that, like, I can't, like, these people make $12 an hour and the government's taxing them to death. Or, like, who do you think is getting all these benefits that you hate so much, Gibbs? Like, it's either like, I mean, there's obviously like the majority of welfare goes to fucking disabled people and shit, but like, these people are just not net taxpayers, okay? Like the bottom, like 40% of Americans are just not, they just are not net taxpayers. They get more benefits than they receive in taxes. Like, Jesus. But also, even if you believe taxation is theft, okay, you would rather make homeless people. You would rather make homeless people work forcefully. Jesus. Everyone at a $12 an hour job is about $24K a year. Therefore, no one live in poverty. The numbers are right there. I know. Yeah. Also, we didn't. Dude, it was funny. Also. When they were talking about non-compete agreements, and I was like, bro, why the fuck did you guys get rid of Lena Khan then? What the hell? What the hell? What, like... Yeah. It will be, I don't know if you know, two of the people there, Gibbs and Pisco, I think, Gibbs and Pentuple are debating Pisco on Monday. That'll be fun to watch. That'll be fun. Especially because Metuple is, oh my god, that guy is an idiot. An idiot. An idiot. 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 What the fuck is this? People on Twitter. High correlation between living standards and shared resources devoted to industrial activity leads to some level of income. All New Zealand, Australia, and Canada become rich whilst relying mainly on agriculture. He proposed three. Wait, what? I guess became right. How much of Canada's GDP is in employment is agriculture? Growth of GDP is positively related to the growth of the manufacturing sector. It's up to a point. Usually, there's a particular pattern that most countries exhibit where GDP continues to go up while the manufacturing share of employment continues to go down after you reach a certain point because of like I don't need to fucking explain the whole thing right now, but defending globalization is so based. It's so based. Like Bumble effect, like, you know, I'll explain one mechanism, okay? Demand at the sector level is inelastic, right? So, you know, there's some substitution between things within sectors, but at the sector level, demand for all services is pretty inelastic. Demand for all manufacturing is pretty inelastic. Demand for all manufacturing is pretty inelastic. Like these, did I say manufacturing twice? The three, you know, service, manufacturing, agriculture. All are pretty inelastic because there's not much substitution between entire sectors, right? Because of the Bumble effect, where, you know, productivity increase in some sectors will basically increase wages in other sectors as well, even in sectors like service industry jobs that haven't seen a major increase in productivity. That'll push, you know, wages up for those sectors without necessarily increasing their profit at all because they're not getting more productive. So usually the price of those services has to go up, right? So the price of services will continually rise, usually faster than overall inflation because of this Bumble effect. But because demand at the sector level is inelastic, spending will more and more be devoted towards the service sector, right? Because people aren't really responding to the increase in service sector prices. They're still buying more services. Or they're still buying the same amount of services, but the price of services is getting higher. So overall consumer income is going to shift towards the service sector. And that's one of the reasons why service sector employment has been continually rising and will continue to rise. And it's hard to fight even with tariffs. Tariffs are not going to undo the effect I just described, right? Like, productivity in manufacturing sector is positively related to the growth of the manufacturing sector. That makes sense. Here's the argument that there's a increase in returns to scale manufacturing. They may be static. For the larger size of the sector, the lower average cost, or dynamic via the induced effect that output growth has in capital accumulation, technological progress. Learning by doing effects are also likely to be important. 3. The productivity of non-manufacturing sector is positively related to the growth of the manufacturing sector. This law is the least intuitive based on argument that non-industrial sector has diminishing returns to scale. I don't know. Anyway. What's up, Josh? Can we get Mr. Beat in here? Dude, did you guys see Mr. Beat works at whatever fucking dumb shit, bullshit presidential center now? I don't know what kind of bullshit. I love Mr. Beat. I guess he's still making YouTube video, but like Mr. Beat. New job. Not Mr. Beast jobs. Mr. Beat is such a yeah, Mr. Beat doesn't endorse localism, so he must be an idiot. Look, he's got a real fucking job now, okay?
I mean, Mr. Beat.
Mr. Beast.
Become known on. I had to bring my knowledge about.
God, I gotta apply for fucking Mr. Beast. Here's a boomer NPR takes over time biz. I could be a thumbnail photographer. I bet I could do that. TikTok specialist? I'm a bit of a TikTok specialist. Talk to the historian. You know, his video on tariffs was actually, I mean, it wasn't bad, but, like, it wasn't as good as it could be, okay? There are a lot of reasons why tariffs are bad, and people usually just kind of, like, well, they're going to raise prices, and sometimes they cost, I do think quite a few people, you know, do mention, obviously, like, oh, you know, if you tariff intermediate goods, you know, harm more jobs than you help, which is true, and you should mention that, but even if it's not an intermediate good, even if it's a final good, okay, there's still a lot of reasons why tariffs would lead to a net job loss and everything, but. And even if they don't raise if they don't raise prices, it's arguably even worse, because if that would lead to, presumably the mechanism would be exchange rate appreciation, at least part of it, and that would hurt our exports without bringing any manufacturing back here, because the tariff is free now for consumers, right? Because the dollar got more expensive in world markets, so people would continue buying foreign goods, but exchange rates would appreciate, and that hurts our exports. So that makes it bad, but that makes it worse even. Tariffs are not a real issue. Accurate. What are we tariff or not? Society remains fundamentally the same. So true. Okay. Blah, blah, blah. Okay, oust crazy problem with monetary policy. Blah, blah, blah. The real interest rate is simply the nominal interest rate minus the rate of inflation. If inflation is unexpectedly high, then the nominal interest rate has to go up to match, pushing many loans above the 10% threshold. The central bank stands are tied, pushing the optimal course of monetary policy would have real and extremely unpleasant consequences. The route I've been implicitly holding velocity constant. Velocity is the number of times a given. Okay, we'll talk about velocity in a second. Interest caps. My mother was assaulted by a tariff. Unfortunate. Monetary policy decisions. Credit card. Just got to be effective. Tariff is my mom. Jeez, give me a second. underlining as well. Most people would. Into borrowing to other outlets. Why are you so passionate about tariffs? More so than you're passionate about having actual control or influence over a political localist? I hate you. You're raised, but you know the answer to this. I don't know, like, because you've asked us a million times. You said that this is all you say now. You have nothing else to say other than I hate you for talking about policy, and I want you to just talk about first principles all the time, nonstop. Like I don't know what you want. Like. Central bank has a flexible average inflation target of 2%. They want to allow inflation to be blah blah unexpectedly high. Appears at low growth. The real interest rate is equal to the nominal rate minus inflation. So if inflation is unexpectedly high, the nominal interest rate let's go to let's say to keep real rate stable. Cap on lending. Stop this from happening. And ties the central bank's hand. I'll just say and. Prevents the central bank from pursuing the optimal monetary policy. Bah, why did that do that? When implicitly holding velocity, constant velocity is a number of times given the unit currency used in a period. If I'm paid in a dollar, which I deposit in a bank, who lends to another person, who then spends it at a shop. It is as if there are many dollars in the economy. V equals PY, or money times velocity equals price times output. If an increase in P or inflation causes the velocity to decrease, and we assume the quantity of money constant, Y or output must go down to make things balance. That's really bad. We shouldn't be doing this. We already have experience in changes in credit availability during worsening downturns. During the Great Depression, Ben Bernanke's academic work before he became Fed chairman highlighted how bank collapses exacerbated a fall in MV, leading to a yet deeper fall in real output. I see no reason why you should want to be pursuing a policy in which is not only bounded in merits, but would increase the volatility of business cycle. It's popular, it's not a good reason. It ironically is a policy whose best argument is checking in myopia borrowers who would be argued on the grounds of the myopia of voters. worsens. Considering velocity. What's up, Isaac? Have an increase. Causes velocity to decrease. How was the panel? It was good. I mean, it's just a show, but I had fun. Yeah. Output must go down. I mean, I know this equation, but maybe. Autopen, or yeah, so we talked about autopen for about half of it, and we talked about like the work week and a little bit about taxes and welfare for like the next hour. I don't know. Welfare Gibbs kind of have this like kind of weird. I don't want to call it conspiracy, but like kind of weird shit. Where it's like, Biden was clearly in mental decline and. This could be forgery. Someone could have forged all the autopen signature, and the pardons could be void. And we should. I don't think there's not even like that much disagree because like really like if you press pentuple like I don't know. It seemed like literally everyone was okay with being like, yeah, obviously the forgery would be bad and probably would void the pardons. And if you have evidence of this, indict the fucking person who did it. Indict the person who did the forgery. We have a mechanism for this already. Like. And we talked about that too. We were like, this is like iCow. I don't know if you know iCow was there, but he was like, if this happened, the fucking Trump DOJ will find it. Like, they would love nothing more than to dude, they might even prosecute it if there isn't even any evidence. But if there is evidence, you like 1,000,000%. Like, so literally what I guess, yeah. We have experience with this from the Great Depression. Bro. Vanicki's work. Dude, yeah, I'm not disavowed Harry. I didn't know any I mean I still haven't. I was gonna like go to drama on stream, but I didn't stream for like fucking 3 days or whatever, and like the drama's not new anymore. And I learned more about it like while I was not streaming. Like holy, like Harry like should probably like say sorry, but like who the fuck cares? Like he should probably just like maybe he's gonna say sorry. I don't know if there's a way to like apologize without like. I don't know, it's coming off as like fake or like coming off as like it being more like serious than it is. Cause like, I don't know, like what he shouldn't have told woman that like, he wasn't getting news from other girls, but like, so I don't know all fucking 11 women. Okay. I haven't read all their logs. My understanding, he did tell these women that they weren't exclusive and that he didn't want anything exclusive. At least some of them, he said that. There are other ones where he said he wasn't getting nudes from other girls. That obviously wasn't true, but like that's the bit like what this is cancel worthy in TikTok, just lying to someone that you weren't getting nude from other girls when you were. This is like free Harry says free my man. Free my man. It's actually pretty cringe that Dean and Parker have cucked him. Yeah, I don't dude. It must I talked about this earlier, like when the stream started. It must be hard being a TikTok man. Not only do you have to fucking censor yourself so fucking hard, okay? Can't say shit on TikTok without getting banned. But oh my god, anytime your friend has like the smallest fuck up, you gotta just like cut that dude off and burn the bridge and like never like what the hell, man? Like Dem Party slowly making me understand why people want to be independent. What do you mean? I think Democrats are too weak right now. We're too cucked right now. But I don't really see why that would make people want to be independent. I think it just make people, because independents are cucked too. Okay, like Vita Parker are very unoriginal thinkers, and I'm looking forward to Harry. By the way, Harry, it has to pass them. Harry's the only one with a solid YouTube audience. That's less true now that Dean does stuff as well on YouTube. But I think Parker's done streams on YouTube before, but it's not really the same way. Oh, he's streaming right now, actually.
Of God's mouth. They come straight, especially X's.
Nice fucking mic stand. I don't know. I guess they all got more subs after, TikTok got shut down for a day or whatever. But like Harry Sisson, has been here a while. Okay, 2 years ago he was doing this shit. Okay, and he was got 159K subscribers. Like. Banker classes exacerbate the fall in MV, leading to a yet deeper fall in real output. I see no reason why we should be pursuing a policy which is not only bound on its merits, but would increase. We read that. I'm strongly skeptical that it even benefits the poor. Banks are able to discern. The riskiness of borrowers and offer different rates to those with different risk profiles. If we grant that the savings rate is so exogenously determined, which seems plausible to me, how else are you going to explain why Japan saves so much at low interest rates? In a perfectly competitive world, all loans above 10% stop, and loans for people below 10% get cheaper. If the supply of loanable funds is unresponsive to profitability savings, then the price of a loan should fall for those who remain in the market. This accords with evidence from Chile, where the fall in availability was only for riskier borrowers. You can say that this will redistribute to poor consumers, if and only if poor consumers are lower risk consumers, laughable in the face, or if there are markups on loans and the caps are perfectly calibrated so as to bring the marginal cost in line with price. It's a rerun of the debate around minimum wage. A cap which improves outcomes for one group will induce severe rationing in another group. There's evidence from markups in credit card lending, but 10% happening to be the right target at all times of the business cycle for borrowers is an improbable backshot. It's like the right wing would take it literal. Let's come to earth like Russell. Yeah, I know Russell, who's sexually harassed woman, and then was religious. Yep, I'm religious now, and just we'll throw people out. We have too high moral standards. Okay. They don't care. The right doesn't care that Donald Trump's a fucking rapist. Okay, Russell Brand. Okay, all these. They don't care that Tucker Carlson fucking lost the defamation lawsuit or settled defamation lawsuit. Like they don't. It's insane. Is there any group more worthless than teachers? Parasites? I really don't think teachers are parasites, but. You haven't considered, Isaac. Teachers are woke. Banks offer different rates to people with different risk profiles. So it's likely the availability of credit will only fall for poor and riskier borrowers as found in Chile. Talk about argument minimum wage could only be at efficiency losses from an offset power and a general equilibrium framework that quantitatively replicates results from recent empirical studies. We found that high minimum wage can improve welfare, but most welfare gains stem from redistribution rather than efficiency. Our model features apocalyptic labor markets with heterogeneous workers and firms and yields analytical expression that characterize the mechanism by which minimum wage can improve efficiency and how they deteriorate at higher minimum wages. We provide a method to separate welfare gains into two channels, efficiency and redistribution. Under both channels and utilitarian social welfare. Under both channels and utilitarian social welfare, weights the optimal minimum wage is $15, but alternative weights can rationalize anything from 0 to 31. Under only, there's no way 31 would be fit. Anyway, under the efficiency channel, the optimal minimum wage is narrowly around $8, robust to social welfare weights, and generates small welfare gains that recover only 2% of the efficiency losses from monopoly power. What is this? She accused a former two-way UFC champion of forcing her onto a bed, choking her, and making her... Oh, it's this Russell Brand? Connor? Wait, which... I don't know who Connor is. Oh, Conor McGregor. Okay, yeah. Bro doesn't read. I was reading this, okay? I missed one fucking chat message. I missed like one fucking chat message from Cult of the Case saying Conor McGregor has visited the wife, rape, whatever. Fuck you. You don't stream, bro. I don't want to hear it. You can't read chat if you don't fucking stream. Woman or suspect, true. Okay. I think this is a Destiny thing. Yep. Didn't we watch this? I feel like we did. We no, we didn't. We'll watch that. Jesus. Maybe localism in a way globalized economy based. Now you're coming around. Okay. Wait, which one is the... Can I rename this? There's no rename button. Title. I don't actually know for sure that these are different. Introduction, conceptual framework, balance of payments and escrow accounts. Balance of payments, conceptual framework. Okay. They are in fact different. And also. Did I download? Oh my god, gold.mp4.
Do you think gold is money? No.
My favorite video. My favorite video of all time. Dude, I had a fucking, a little bit ago, a few days ago, I had a fucking dream with Ben Bernanke in it. And we were like on a, I don't remember the whole thing. I think we were on a plane or train or something. And I asked him for a picture and he said no. Okay. And it was a dream. But I will blame him in real life for this. What a dick. That's what I'm saying. Where the fuck did it just not? Oh fuck, I want to read Golden Feathers too. God, I got too much shit to read. Welfare. Great collection. He's right about gold, though. Destroy. Yeah, you banned Ben Bernanke. I don't think this guy has ever streamed. Ron Paul is right about gold. He's not. And he got destroyed by Ben Bernanke. Destroyed. Destroyed. $316 pages. Did Isaac Rage quit the stream? He might have. Insuring against unemployment regarded as any other form of insurance because the risk of unemployment differ widely subject to premium. National insurance contributions that depend upon the employment risk. Unemployment risk faced by the individual contributors. In a longer run, the supply of unemployment insurance should be left in the private sector insurance industry. In agrarian societies, all family members work the field, thus nobody's unemployed, though they may be underemployed. In industrial societies, in contrast, employment has become a largely binary phenomenon. Workers are either employed / self-employed, or they are unemployed. Thus, unemployment, as pointed out by Antikson, 1995, is a risk that in all important respects is a social constructed root in labor market institutions. Retirement pensions were similarly a social construct to the extent that, at least during the latter part of the 20th century, the not retired distinction. Oh, I didn't read the next word. Anyway, in industrial societies tend to be binary. How's in industrial societies deal with unemployment? It's sometimes argued that the risk is no different than that of car accident and burglary and should therefore be insured in the same way. From this viewpoint, social insurance, where contributions are generally not related to risk, like automobile insurance, in which the young man driving a Ferrari pays the same premium as a middle-aged person driving a Ford. Instead, it's argued that unemployment contributions should be calculated according to equation 2.1, with the premium accurately related to A, the person's risk of being unemployed, and B, the chosen benefit level. Unemployment insurance, in short, should be organized like car insurance or burglary insurance. Through believing this argument is false, because it takes no account of information problems, private markets plus competition do not necessarily lead to more efficient outcomes to publicly organized institutions. It is equally the case that state organization is not necessarily efficient. The trick in any particular context is to choose the least inefficient set of institutions. To oversimplify, we can divide insurance into two shorts. The first, private markets can often supply insurance efficiently, and on the demand side, insurance can be left to voluntary individual decisions, burglary insurance being case in point. In the other, however, technical problems arise, and for reasons discussed later, there may be an efficiency case to be made for making insurance compulsory. Where the technical problems are serious, insurance must be publicly organized. Unemployment insurance have to argue as an example of the latter case in which insurance is not a model. Anyway. Fuck. Okay. I'm gonna go edit some shit. Fun time. Who's streaming? Prime guys, I guess. I don't know how to do live redirect on YouTube. I don't know if I even qualify for it. I think I do. If you watch one video before you guys are going to read a post-labor economics video, I really don't care. I already started the raid on Twitch. I've been up for a while. Okay, so I'm sleepy. But I'll stream again tomorrow. Probably. Yeah, love streaming. Love you guys watch me stream. Fun time. That is to tomorrow itinerary. I can't look at the chat right now because I'm rating Prime guys. I don't really care. Just send it in general. I don't think I care about it, but I'll see you guys tomorrow. Live streaming. Love you guys watch me stream. Really cool that I get to talk to all these cool people. Okay, who I used to watch. Okay, really cool that people. All you guys watch. You know what was really cool? I went into Loner Box's stream yesterday, and chat recognized me. Some of y'all were in Loner Box's chat, and were like, not fun. That guy's cool.